They have brought the criminals into our community. They have turned one of the most beautiful properties into a treeless clown house piece of shit with boxes on it, when it used to be a beautiful, bucolic, wonderful hotel and treasure of the valley. Well, I like your vocabulary. Yes, I've been reading the dictionary. Now, no more approvals for anything for Sportsman's Lodge until our demands are met. Number one, get those cocksuckers off that property forthwith. Number two, power wash every street in Studio City. Number three, apologize publicly in writing and allow us to throw stones at the owners of the project. No, you can't do that. That's only in Saudi Arabia. Oh, I'm sorry. Ship the owners to Saudi Arabia, and under their laws, we will cast stones at the owners. I could live with that. Yes. And number six, Lisa Karjakian must resign as the chairman of Plum. And finally, and most importantly, Randy Fried Chicken must shave off his beard as a supporter of the Vichy government of the Sportsman's Lodge. This is the opposite of what happened after World War I, when they would shave the women's heads that were complicit.
Thank you. Your time is expired. Is there any other public comment? Yes, I see public comment here. Kimberly Damer? Damer, had it right the first time. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to speak out after I wrote something on Next Door Neighbor that got a lot of attention last week about a transient who had chased down my 16-year-old daughter and her friend around 9 o'clock when they were walking right in front of basically our house and Woodbridge Park. So it's, you know, we thought it was just, you know, too close for comfort for what happened. This guy said, "I'm going to get you effing bitches," and started to chase him right to our front door, and we called 911, and the police did not, they put us on hold for 20 minutes, and it was really traumatizing. And I just wanted to say, you know, because we're only a block or two away from the underpass at Moore Park and Vineland near the 101, there's a lot of, you know, things have gone downhill, and I just want to point out that this has always been a really nice neighborhood. We live by Woodbridge Park. My kids have walked to Lake Walter Reed in the past, like 5 years ago when it was safe. And now they can't even walk around the block with their dogs. So I just wanted to just come here, and I've never been to a public meeting to talk as a private person. And I just wanted, you know, you guys to think about it, because the police aren't doing much. I mean, they said, well, you know, I got a little bit of a description, but they can't, you know, do much about it. So just wanted you guys to know.
Thank you, Kimberly, and I'm very sorry that happened. Your family deserves better. I'm sorry. Peter Cole, go ahead.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hello. A couple things. Let's see. Does anybody know where Councilman Krikorian is? He seems to be missing in action. There's a lot going on in Studio City, and he's gone. Speaking of Councilman Krikorian, on the last time he was at the neighborhood council, he gave the same exact speech about mental health and homelessness. So I don't know how the speech he gave 2 years ago is relevant to today. There's a lot more going on. And let's see what else. I've been blown off by Jessica Fugate at the council office. Sportsman's Lodge, we all know about that. It's good times in Studio City. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, no hands. We will move right along. This evening, we have Scott Schmelson, who is our LAUSD board member, currently for District 3 in Maryland, Tech, who's a candidate for LAUSD board seat, District 3. They are both currently in a Sherman Oaks Town Hall, but they should be jumping on. Let's see, double check, see if they're here. Nope. We're just going to continue right along, so we'll come back to them. Let's see if there are any government. Let's see. Oh, I see. Hold on, one hand going up. Hi, Brandon. I didn't know if you had anything to report on behalf of the budget advocates.
Yes, I've got some quick stuff.
Great.
We had a face-to-face with the mayor on Friday the 9th. This is our annual, generally meet with him after. Normally we do this before we put together our white paper. Of course, we're not putting together a gigantic white paper this year like we normally do. We're going to be putting out several different papers, and also we're planning for some local town halls, which I'll probably notify you, and also send out some flyers that they're putting together for that. But we met with Mayor Garcetti. We went over several things with him, but most of the stuff is that he is trying to adjust his administration to what has happened in the last 6 or 7 months. He's said that he's going to re-examine somewhat of what some of the public safety issues that have come up, and I think that has to do with a lot of putting together some sort of coordination with the county because of the situation with the LAPD, possibly having some teams working with LAPD, but basically being leads on a lot of situations with homelessness and mental health issues first, and then having the LAPD come if there's a need for them afterwards, or them being on standby if they need them right away. He has not said exactly what they were doing with the money that they appropriated from the annual budget for the LAPD, the $150 million, but he assured everyone that it was being put to the better use of the city in certain particular underserved areas. At the same time, that it was a little big on some financial issues that we were trying to come up with, but we're putting together different committees right now. And I actually, urge you, if you're interested in to work on some of these committees, you can go to our new website, which it's a little bit different now. It's just www.budgetadvocates.com, and you can email the executive committee and say, you'd like to participate in some of our committees. Everyone's free to join our twice a month meetings that we do have through Zoom, and but we're going to be doing different committees, and some of the new committees, of course, that have been initiated is on homelessness, as well as they're examining the people's budget requirements. That's something new, and we're also going to address some of the underserved areas in the city, in as far as LAPD's, the strategic car areas around the city. There's certain areas that they really don't have enough officers available there. Another thing, real quick thing before I go, is that we're also dealing with a few grievances that has to do with our last election for the budget advocates. One was dealt with as far as was adjudicated rather, and another one was withdrawn. But we have 2 more grievances that are going to be put before a grievance panel. I believe this Saturday. I can't really talk about a lot of this right now because some of them have not been completely either dealt with yet, or we just have to, put out conclusions to them. But gathered to say that we're basically kind of cleaning up our house a little bit because we need to change some of our bylaws, and that was really the main problem with that. And we're not used to adjusting to having these elections through Zoom. So a lot of things are going to be changing based on that. And
Okay.
that's enough.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay.
I see Sari, you should be able to, let's see, unmute yourself, Sari?
Yes.
See your hand up?
Yes. Do you hear me?
I can now.
Great. Hi. Yes, I'm a resident and retired teacher. I also attempted a few years ago to get a education committee started with Studio City Neighborhood Council, but it didn't exactly get off the ground, which is too bad because we have an amazing group of schools that feed into this neighborhood. We are blessed for sure. But thank you for bringing the candidates here. I hope they make it. And I think a education committee could have and should have maybe provided a forum for education issues in advance, because right now we are inundated with mailers and ads, and it's very difficult for people who are not involved directly with education to really understand or get a feel for what's going on with this form of misinformation that is rampant in our all over the country, not just here. So just a thought for future, and looking forward to the candidates showing up.
Great, thank you, Sari. Just be mindful, friendly note is that try to be sure that you raise your hand during public comment. I see, it looks like, Richard, did you have something to say? Richard Adams, you have your hand up.
Or is that Barry?
818008.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Yeah, I got cut off by a robocall here at the house, so I had to dial back in and flag you down. I have no other comment.
Okay, sorry about that.
Not your problem.
Yeah.
Not your fault.
Okay, so let's see, I think Jessica Fugate actually is. She's not seeing our guests as of yet. Okay, so we'll come back to Jessica once she is online. Treasurer's report, item number 8. Rick?
Muting. Okay, so we have a couple monthly expenditure reports to approve. In the past 2 months, we've spent $4.20. We also have a proposed budget for the next financial year to look at. It's non-binding, but I'm amenable to any reasonable amendments. Nancy has a couple suggestions. One is that the coming election in May is likely to be done entirely online instead of at Walter Reed as we did last year. So Nancy should probably speak to this, but I believe you want it all as kind of one kind of largish budget to handle any contingencies. And you had one more thing you thought should be.
I do want to just clarify, it's going to be by mail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a friendly amendment that it's one lump sum under election, that it's not line itemed.
Okay, I'm fine with that. And we're also looking at the inventory, which, you know, just, it's fine. We've got pretty much the same stuff we had a year ago because we haven't been able to get in there to mess with it or have any events that would deplete anything. Then one more thing is our annual office expenses to pay for the phone, $25 a month, and internet maintenance for $200 a month.
Okay, so before we go to item 8A, regarding the budget packet, there is Lana, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate that. Just piggybacking on Rick and Nancy, I too would like to advocate for a friendly amendment that would just categorize sums for each of the categories that Dunn has for us. Operational expenses, a lump sum, elections, a lump sum. I believe that is all right. Instead of having the line items to submit to them, I don't know that the line item is necessary. The line item, from my understanding, worksheet was just for just to help us in calculating the amount of money to have categorized in the 3 areas. In addition to the budget packet, it does require signatures, one of which is another financial officer who's not on this call tonight, and we need to make some arrangements to get that signature. And so I'm happy to be a part of that, to get that signature on that paperwork for you, Rick, so we can talk about that offline when it's necessary.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Adam Summer?
Yeah, real quick. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you now.
How are leasing agreements and proof of home ownership going to be submitted in comparison to the last time we did the elections, if it's done through mail? I don't know who's even able to answer that question at this point.
Point of order, that'll come up later.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, so before we vote on that, there are a couple of public comments. So let's, Richard Adams, you had something to say before we go to public comment?
Yeah, real quick point of order. I was under the impression you had appointed me as the second card holder, but I don't see my number, name, and stuff anywhere on that form. I'm still willing to serve in that capacity.
Okay, not a problem.
Okay, like I said, minor detail, but I figured I'd bring it up.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Public comment on agenda item 8A. We'll start with just setting my timer. Go puppet, go ahead.
Yes, I'll speak for my puppet. No, you won't. Yes, I will. Shut the fuck up, puppet. Now, you can get your internet and your phone from Spectrum for $69 a month, even, no taxes, free installation, first month free. So why are you spending $200 for an internet connection and a phone line? What the fuck is that? Imagine saving $130 a month versus $200. Why don't you guys do that? The studio lot's hooked up for a Cat 4. It's hooked up. Now, secondly, why would you trust Richard Adams? with the signature card, yet you tried to pull a censure on him and have him removed from this board. So, you know, you're just showing what a lying pack of shit that was, that attack you launched against that guy a couple of months ago. Because if he's so horrible, why are you willing to trust him with the money? And the answer is because he didn't do anything wrong. What you did is you retaliated and targeted him in retaliation for private free speech. Now, he's a nice guy. He isn't going to sue your fucking ass. But you know what?
Point of order, Jermaine.
You ought to fucking apologize to that guy and rescind that thing, and don't bring it up here again. You still haven't done it. You got it with the city attorney. Rescind the censure order against Richard Adams and publicly apologize to him and thank him for his service to this country. That's something you motherfuckers don't know anything about. You know, you're okay letting everybody else defend the country, but you guys criticize everybody in uniform, including cops and military. So you got to respond to this, because you trust them with the money. Then why were you trying to throw them off the board? You got no fucking reason now to support.
Time's expired.
Can I respond regarding the cost of services?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so our phone service via CBS Radford is like the deal of the century. It's like $2 a month. So that's, our latest bill came in at 70 cents. I don't know if it was for the whole month or for just 1 week of the month, but in any case, that's cheap. And then the $200 for web maintenance isn't just for the internet, it's for updating our website with calendar events and anything else that needs to be done. So it's a pretty good deal too.
Thank you. Right, it's for web corner and web maintenance. It has nothing to do with our actual internet connection. Thank you for clarifying. Public comment from Terry. Hello? Bart note 1.
Terry, unmute. Terry, you have to unmute yourself and then you can go. You should circle back to her.
Okay. Okay, so approval of budget packet.
Do I need to?
Is any objection?
As amended?
I second.
Does this need a roll call vote since it's financial?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Alexa?
Yep, I had too many windows open. Okay, Richard Adams.
Richard, need you to unmute and vote.
Richard?
Okay, I was hitting the wrong button. Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Radhika,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Alexa, yes. Adam,
Yes.
and Joseph.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Great, thank you everyone. I know that the city clerk will be very happy with us. We're going to take a pause in our other motions here and circle back to our guests. They are here joining us Maryland, Cociatec, and who's running again for the LAUSD board seat in District 3. And we're also joined by the current LAUSD board member for District 3, Scott Schmelson. So we'll go alphabetical, I suppose. So Marilyn, we'll start with you first. If you can limit your kind of first comments to 3 minutes, and then we'll give 3 minutes to Mr. Schmelson, and then we'll see if there's any a question or two for each of you from stakeholders.
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me here tonight, and thank you for all your work you do in our community here at Studio City, and appreciate all your service as well. So yes, I'm Marilyn Cociatec, and I'm running for LAUSD Board District 3, which covers a large part of the San Fernando Valley schools. And so there's two things I want you to know about me right off the bat. One is that I am a mom with 2 little boys within LAUSD. And I would actually, if elected at the board in its current state, there are no parents of LAUSD school children on the board at this moment in time. So if elected, I could possibly be the only one with children actually in the district. And I think that's important because I think our elected officials need to be really plugged into what's happening and the impact it has on our community and our kids. So, so I'm really proud of them. They're 2nd and 4th grade. Another thing about my experience is I actually would be the only board member who has gone through distance learning. And if there are any parents, especially any working parents, any parents of children going through COVID-19 with children, this has been one of the most challenging experiences I think that many of us have had to go through, where we balance the anxiety of this pandemic and the devastation to our economy and to our loved ones, as well as homeschooling our children and supporting their learning at home. It's a struggle. The other thing about me is that I work at Granada Hills High School, which is a very high performing school here in the Valley. There I lead the after school program, tutoring and enrichment, trying to help our kids get through some of the social isolation that we're feeling right now. I've also led the community outreach work because I believe that our schools are made better when we have strong relationships with community partners like yourself. So for me, what some of the expertise that I can bring to the board, and one of the reasons why I'm asking for your vote is I have a tech savvy background. I'm in charge of some of the digital communication technology tools at Granada, and I have been instrumental in making sure our distance learning program works well for kids. And I think that we need to be pushing the district to move forward. We need to push into the future and make sure that we can create digital solutions that work, are long-term, and are cost-effective. I have the endorsements of Los Angeles Daily News for my budgetary expertise, and I ask for your vote on November 3rd, on or before November 3rd, just to be able to really be a strong advocate for kids and make sure that our families have a voice on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Well timed. Mr. Schmelson.
Yes, thank you also for inviting me to your neighborhood council. I am Scott Schmerlson. I have schools in Board District 3 in the central, in the west, and of course this part of the San Fernando Valley too. I am very proud of the schools in your area in Studio City: Dixie Canyon, Carpenter, Rio Vista, and Walter Reed. They're just fantastic schools. I know my schools very well. I'm there all the time. So let me just tell you that I am running this year for re-election. And as some of you know, I've been a lifelong educator for 40 years with LAUSD, a high school Spanish teacher, middle school counselor, assistant principal, and principal for many years. My accomplishments on the board have included facilitating parent participation in the IEP process for kids with special needs, and establishing early screening and intervention for students with dyslexia. I've also expanded parent engagement by expediting and eliminating the cost of background checks for parent volunteers, and by streamlining the process for the use of facilities. And as a retired principal, I know the importance of school safety, and I work very hard with the city attorney's office to protect students and staff by ensuring that families know about the safe gun storage law. And also I initiated extra evacuation and lockdown drills for all of our students. In response to the deadly fires that are still going on in our backyard, I worked with concerned students and activists to pass an historic policy of complete transition of LAUSD to 100% clean and renewable energy by 2040. And nevertheless, we are aware of the COVID threat in March of this year, and we're now facing challenges that our students will have to suffer, and eventually they're going to come out to be the future of public education in Los Angeles for future centuries. LA Unified is continuing to address the COVID-19. Can you hear me, guys?
Yep, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay, that's okay.
The person muted themselves, go ahead.
That's okay, thank you. LA Unified is continuing to address the COVID-19 crisis by our testing program, thoughtful hybrid instructional program, and to prepare our students for a safe return. And nobody's coming back until it's perfectly safe and perfectly healthy for everybody. I just want you to know, when scientists and doctors say we can go back, then we will go back. And to close, I believe I was an effective school administrator and a teacher and effective board member. And during this terrible health crisis, we really need experience more than ever. I've been endorsed by the LA Times, State Superintendent of Education, Tony Thurman.
Your time is expired.
And that's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's see.
Okay.
There are
Sure.
a number of hands up.
Sure.
Hopefully they are with questions for both of you. We'll try to get a question for each of you.
Okay.
One or two. Oh, wow. Hands are really popping up. You're both very popular. Let me see. Barry Johnson. Barry, did you have a comment?
I think Terry is now, her mic's working. She chimed in the middle.
Okay. Oh, sure. Okay. Terry, go ahead. Did you have a question for either?
No, I didn't. It was about it was to Rick Rosner's presentation about the budget. I'll be very quick. Since there aren't going to be holiday events and a lot of events to spend money on, pending whatever land use decides about the, after the ad hoc presents regarding Harvard Westlake, I just wanted to suggest that perhaps some money be set aside to do a mass mailing throughout Studio City to make residents aware of what's going on at Harvard Westlake, because the meeting that was held with Kimberly Henry the other night, it was the same old, very disingenuous, vague promises and a lot of smoke and mirrors. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Can I respond?
Thank you. No, Rick, you can respond in a moment. I want to be respectful to the candidates' time, so just hold that thought, Rick, and then we will come back to that. So specifically, if there is a question for candidates, okay, here we go. Rafael.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dr. Rafael Gaeta with a question for candidate Marilyn. You were critical about our LAUSD's plan for virtual instruction. As an employee of Granada Hills, what did you guys do different that work? Because I looked online and it's exactly the same activities that we did at LAUSD. Can you clarify what you would do differently?
Well, I think one of the main things is that we had given students Chromebooks 5 years ago. So every student had Chromebooks and the ability to have internet access at home 5 years ago. So my thought is that the district should have been moving towards closing the digital divide, which is the difference between the have and have-nots, right? And access to digital technology.
Well, you mentioned this would be a tough time for parents. How is the difference in schedules that you're doing at Granada? How is that going to be implemented at LAUSD? It's the same plan.
Well,
Rafael, respectfully, if you can just let Marilyn complete her answer, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, so just to reference about what I was talking about, the technology, I think that it's important that we need to be forward facing. And if the district hadn't done this 5 years, if the district had done this 5 years ago, when we did a rush in the pandemic to close down schools and move to distance learning, if that implementation had already been in place, we wouldn't be suffering the way that we are right now. Because there's still an uneven digital access right now. They gave out wrong devices in the beginning. My son, who's in 2nd grade, got an iPad. You can't do distance learning on an iPad. You can only do it on a laptop because of the capabilities and the functionality that it requires to be able to do distance learning. So that's one. The other thing is about internet, which is a whole other issue about internet connectivity. And I would love to see the district move past just Wi-Fi hotspots, because if you're in a low income area, you do not have good LTE coverage to be able to have the megabits per second that it requires to be able to do distance learning. And imagine you have 4 kids on Zoom all at the same time. That is fiber optics. That's a broadband connection. We have internet deserts already in existence in this city. Chicago Public Schools did an amazing job with implementing a long-term solution about installing broadband for students. But to talk about the schedule, look, as a mom, I can tell you the schedule is only part of it. The amount of synchronous time and asynchronous time is actually not indicative of the entire high quality experience of distance learning. That's an oversimplification.
Great, thank you. Mr. Schmelson, did you have a response to that same question, to that type of question about the role of technology
Yes.
and in the classroom?
Yes, there's quite a difference between one high school and 600,000 students in LAUSD. As soon as this pandemic crisis did hit us, we immediately began distributing devices and internet service to all families in LAUSD, the most needy families of all. We have been going door to door for students who have not responded to signing on to the lessons and handed them in person a device as well as the internet service for them to continue learning. So we're a very big district, and I think we've done a very, very good job in making sure that all kids have a device for learning.
Great, thank you. So we're gonna, I see a lot of hands, time is limited, unfortunately, this evening. So we're gonna go to Sari, go ahead.
Hi. Yes. First of all, I just wanted to clarify that the school that Mrs. Koziatek works at is actually legally called Granada Hills Charter, not Granada Hills High School. That was when back in the beginning of 2002 or 3 when they converted. Anyway, what I would like to address is that we have all been receiving a lot of attack mail in our mailboxes lately. And I just also, in part, there's questions about that Mr. Schmerlson is somehow benefiting from downtown special interests. Well, that I believe is the teachers and support staff. So I was just wondering why this is not okay, and yet it's okay for out-of-town billionaires to spend millions of dollars in attack ads, and you know that I would like to see that addressed.
Are you addressing that question to any particular candidate?
They're both welcome to answer it.
I mean, I can say something about it. So, you know, I think this goes back to, this actually would to solve this problem would be some campaign finance reform in the city of Los Angeles. I join you in throwing those mailers in the trash. Both the board member and I do not have control over outside interests when they enter into our campaigns. And ethically, we actually aren't even allowed to coordinate. So when you see that tiny disclaimer at the mailer that says not endorsed by a candidate, that means the board member and I actually have had no ability to intervene on that. So I do too find the attack mailers inappropriate. I find them crude. And this is not the reason why I entered into politics. I wanted to make a difference for kids. And so I do think it's a lack of integrity with those mailers as well. And I join you in disregarding them and throwing them into the trash.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmelson. A response?
Yes, well, Marilyn can say that, but she has never come out officially and said that she denounces the anti-Semitic slurs thrown at me. She
They
has
did
never,
denounce those, Mr. Schmerlson. You were there next to me when I said they were crude and inappropriate.
so Marilyn has never disavowed the anti-Semitic slurs that were thrown at me and publicly said those anti-Semitic slurs are terrible. They keep coming. They're coming now still. There are all these lies after lies after lies about my tripling my salary. If you have nothing to do, if you have no experience in anything, so you're going to keep lying and lying and lying. And eventually people do believe lies after a while. But I encourage people to please look at my website, Scott for LAUSD, and see who I am. And stop lying. Stop standing next to Governor Newsom and have a teeny ad that says this is not a political endorsement. Stop standing in front of the desk and saying, I am a teacher. You're not a teacher. So I don't understand what's going on. I really don't. These lies are just terrible. I've never seen a campaign as bad as this one. People lying all the time.
Thank you, Mr. Schmelson. I wish we could spend more time with the two of you. Unfortunately, we have a rather full dance card, if you will, of local issues to address. I hope stakeholders. I hope the stakeholders take the time to visit both of your websites to see what's coming, not from mailers, not from statements about either candidate, but actually look at their record. And look what they're saying, and of course, I know for sure they'll both agree with me and each other when I say, if you haven't voted already, this election is impactful from the most local level all the way to the national level. Go vote. So,
I agree. So does Marilyn, I'm sure.
Yes, so we can all agree on that. Thank you to the
Thank
two
you,
of
guys.
you, and we'll be in touch. Best of luck to both of you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. I want to circle back. I know there was public comment as it relates to, there's a bunch of public comment that we have not heard from. So let me just jump in. Barry. So which one are you, Barry? Barry Johnson.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Apologies. Go ahead.
Yes, that's all right. Just in regards to any money we spend at CBS, that office and all the rooms that we use on a normal basis, it's the biggest bargain in neighborhood council history, and we should be thankful to them, forever grateful. We are not paying any rent. Essentially, the only payment CBS gets from us each month is that phone. So we need to be grateful for this. We're getting room space for free that every other neighborhood council has to pay, often for their meeting space and always for their office space. So let's not look a gift horse in the mouth.
Thank you, Perry. We have a public comment from Goat Puppet. Oh, no, actually, no. He already commented on the budget packet. Okay. I see Richard Adams, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to second what Barry said. The office spaces we have, when we get to be able to use them again, normally lease on to other users for somewhere between $1,500 and $2,000. That's one of the reasons why the bid moved off of campus, that and their new security rules. So what we're getting for CBS is truly a bargain. And as he said, and I fundamentally agree and have for over a decade, we should be eternally grateful and very cooperative CBS because we're getting away with murder.
Thanks. Okay, so moving right along, we have approval of the August monthly expenditure report. Without objection. I think actually it's financial, so we have to.
It's got to be a vote.
It has to be a vote, and I see a hand. Let me see something. Sorry, guys. There is public comment from Goat Puppet. still at 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes. So what did we learn? We learned that CBS is giving the Studio City Neighborhood Council a comp. Why would a major studio be giving you such a bargain? What is it that they intend to get out of this arrangement? Well, what they have is control over you puppets. So, for example, if you get a little feisty, they can send you a notice of eviction. Then you go back and retract, and then they say, we're sorry, we inadvertently sent you that notice by mistake. Please disregard it. So remember, when you take gifts from corporations and you accept those gifts, you become their little ass puppets. Just like Donald Trump. Donald Trump takes money from international corporations. And that's why he's a puppet president, just like the goat puppet. He's just a puppet. And then Mr. Biden also is another puppet because his son took $3 million from the Russian corporations. So everybody's taking things and accepting gifts from corporations. Who here is not? So I would refuse the gift. I would say, corporate demon, no, I will not accept your corporate gift because I know you want something from me. Are you going to do it? No. You're just going to go there and go, I'm so glad, CBS. We worship you, CBS. And we support all the fake news. And we support all the...
Your time has expired. Thank you. Okay, let's see. No other public comment for the
Move to
approval
vote.
of the August monthly expenditure report. So if we can take a vote. Alexa?
I had too many windows up. I couldn't find my Zoom window to unmute myself. Okay, now I've got it up. Okay, we're ready? Adams, Richard Adams.
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Raduca.
Yes.
Yes.
Randy, are you voting for Raduca?
Oh, sorry.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick, yes.
He's nodding yes.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Lana,
Yes.
Alexa, yes. Adam,
Yes.
Joseph, motion passes.
Great. Moving on to approval of September monthly expenditure report. Of course, there's public comment. Public comment on this item is for 2 minutes. 1 second. Go puppy, your time will start once you start speaking.
Yes, I think you're doing a good job on this one. I support it. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, I read it. Okay, I'll go along with them.
Thank you. So if we can move that to a vote, unless there was any other comment from any board members. Seeing no hands, let's vote.
Okay. Richard,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex,
That's a yes.
Reduka,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Alexa, yes, Adam,
Yes.
and Joseph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, great. Moving right along to your motion, Rick.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. It's on my other computer.
The motion is the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council reauthorizes the payment of the following reoccurring monthly expenses for fiscal year 2020 to 2021: website maintenance by Web Corner not to exceed $200 a month, and telephone services by CBS Studios not to exceed $25 per month, is being brought by Rick, so we would need a second.
Second.
Second, Richard Adams.
Thank you, Richard Adams. In light of time, we're going to reduce public comment to 1 minute. We have public comment from, sorry guys, once just correcting my timer. We have public comment from Goat Puppet. You have 1 minute, go ahead.
Now you see what I was talking about? Now they reduced you to 1 minute, you dumb puppet. Ow! So go ahead. I told you they're going to do that. All right, yes. So, well, $200 a month, too much money. Go to Spectrum, spectrum.com. Corona special. The first month free. Free installation and no taxes on your bill. $69.99 for 200 Mbps internet and one phone line. Business rate. Yes. Oh, and also, you want to mention what that sound is. Yes, right now we're currently watching a federal crime taking place at the West Los Angeles Area Planning Commission. Okay, very good. Yes, so we're watching both you with your beard and Michael Newhouse with his beard committing atrocities against the people of.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Any board comments as it relates to this motion? Seeing no hands, if we can please take a vote. Go ahead, Alexa.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Richard Adams.
I would like to reiterate the point made earlier. This $200 a month includes not only the internet service, but also maintenance for our website, et cetera, and is a bargain.
Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to move this motion to a vote.
Richard,
Yes, I had to unmute myself again.
Michael,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
Reduka,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Alexa, yes, Adam. I don't know that.
Yes. Sorry.
Joseph,
Yes.
motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. I see that, and I got a message, so I didn't just see. Jessica is here, so Jessica, if you can give us your update, and if I could trouble you to limit your time to 4 minutes, that'd be great.
Sure, I will keep it to 4 minutes.
Awesome.
Hope everybody is well and staying safe. I want to just share my thanks to all of you during this time because I know how hard it is, especially during COVID. It's gotten a lot more difficult in getting responses from departments, and it probably will only get worse as the budget continues to progress. And I will be able to provide more detailed information about what that's going to look like in the coming months, most likely December. For anyone interested in the budget, I do have a shortened version of the 400 or 500 page budget that Ron Galperin's office puts out, if anyone's interested in this more, streamlined version of the 20 pages. So I'm happy to send that out to anyone who's interested in reading. Just a couple things to note. The city's Al Fresco program, which I have had multiple conversations with some individuals in Studio City, and there's definitely been interest in that, and we're working on the one on Ventura Place. Initially, the city of Los Angeles received more applications than they had funding. So my councilman's office is working with the mayor to be able to fund the program more so they can reassign more staff to get this done quicker, because at this point it's taking 6 to 8 weeks per application. And time is of the essence right now in order to prevent more and more businesses from dropping off. So if anyone knows any businesses that are interested in participating, maybe they have their own parking lot, they're adjacent to the city parking lot, please let me know, and I will help with that. Slow Street is a very popular program. I know there's many parts in Studio City have taken advantage of this program. I have received a few emails from folks in the community asking about information on it and how to apply, and I've sent those people the information and the link where they can apply online. There's a process to go through to get approvals, including with DOT, where they have to review the traffic data from that location to make sure that it does adhere to the requirements. It's for safety purposes. And I cannot emphasize that enough, because I am aware that individuals in the community are taking barricades from locations that have already received the approval and moving them to locations that they please. They cannot do that. Those barricades are not private property, they're city property. And all that does is create more work for myself and other individuals in the community to have to pick up those barricades and move them back to where they belong. So I cannot urge this enough. Please do not move the barricades because you want them in your neighborhood. You have to go through a process, and I'm happy to walk through that process if anyone is interested. So please feel free to send me a message, preferably in the morning or before 5 o'clock. I'm getting a lot of emails at 9 p.m. and I swear that all that does is go to the bottom of my inbox. I also wanted to give an update on the neighborhood traffic management plan. So back in July, the council member wrote a letter to the head of the Department of Transportation, Selena Reynolds, basically requesting the implementation to be basically to take place, to fund those items. I have sent the letter to a few people. Anyone who's interested in seeing the letter, I will be happy to forward it to you as well. I believe I sent it to Barry, but I'll double check. The first thing actually that's being implemented that already began actually was speed humps. So initially, most people would probably be the last thing implemented, but it was not in this case. So we implemented some speed humps, and over the next 9 to 12 months, we will complete the rest of implementation for the entire program. We actually started installing, by we I mean DOT, they started to install the speed humps on October 15th.
Great. I think there's a question from Mike DeLazar.
Sure. We had constituents earlier talking about Project Room Key and their concern for it, and they've been trying to reach out to the council member. Where is the council member on Room Key, and can he be available to comment on some of the concerns that our constituents have raised?
I was on the call when I heard Peter Cole's comments. I've responded to Peter Cole and Patrice many times. If there's anything in particular specific that people have an issue with, happy to help out. I know there's a lot of confusion, but I cannot emphasize this enough. The program is not run by the city of Los Angeles. The program is run by LASA and LA Family Housing. So questions will be answered by them. And in this particular site is getting even more specific special treatment because the people that have been responding to these questions by both Peter and Patrice are very high up in LASA. They're getting the #2 person to respond to their emails, which is why not all their emails are responded to, because the tone of the emails have not been as pleasant as some individuals will want to respond to, because they're department people. They're not, people that are elected. So if there are specific issues, I'm happy to address those in terms of, questions relating to how long is it going to be operating? Where are the people going to go afterwards? All kinds of things like that, happy to answer. And the council member actually did talk about it at the last neighborhood council meeting where he attended. And, if the board is interested in having him back to talk about homelessness in general, I can facilitate that as well. I think it might be useful for some folks to also learn about the tiny home project that's currently under construction in North Hollywood. It's not far away from Studio City. So to give people kind of an idea of what that project looks like and, the people that will most likely be going into it. Because typically when you have a project room key, we have to rehouse people. So it's not, we definitely do not want people back on the street. We want them housed. So we can get into more of those specifics offline. Feel free to message me, but please note that I need specifics. If I'm happy to solve issues, but if it's just an issue where somebody needs to talk and complain, my time is very limited lately. I'm extremely busy. So in terms of, I can say one thing, in that the contract with the project room key is good through January 1st, and it's not going to be renewed. So that's when it is ending, period. So if you want a flat date, that is the date, for those who might be curious.
So we'll take just, I see there are currently 4 hands up for quick questions for Jessica. So if we're going to take those, I'll go first hand in order. Please, if you can try to keep your, we're going to do 1 minute, but hopefully you can be succinct and ask your question in less time. Goat Puppet, go ahead.
That's right. As she looks in complete horror, yes. Look at the shame. Look at that face. See what you've done. See what you've done to the Sportsman's Lodge, you and the Armenian goat, all these years. You have cut down the trees. You have destroyed a natural resource, a beautiful green space. And now it's a homeless clown house filled with drug addicts, felons, and criminals. But the big question we have is, they still have a hotel liquor license on the property. So if they're operating a hotel with a valid CUP liquor license, are you serving alcohol to these people? No, 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 no. So did you get them a city permit to run a clown house instead of a hotel, or did you forget and just let them operate as a hotel, as an assisted living center for lunatics? That's the question. Because
we'll just kind of try to breeze through these. There's another, and feel free to chime in if you feel it appropriate, Jessica.
No.
Okay, Terry.
Oh, thank you, Andy. Jessica, I can hear and see the frustration in your voice when you're talking about the project room key. And I just want to say, I appreciate that it's difficult what you're doing, but you do have to have some compassion for my neighbors when they're complaining. They're not doing it idly.
Oh, no.
There has been, the project room key has been a disaster. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be it being renewed. So I'm going to please ask that, you just realize they're not doing nothing. I'll tell you, when I asked about project room key, you told me it was county. It in fact is a city county communal project. Yes, it is. I read the contract. You told me that the south side of the Riverwalk, or the Greenway, was not city responsibility. And it turns out there's actually a contract between Parks and Rec and the city of LA, and anything that is called the Greenway is responsibility of city of LA. So it's frustrating to ask you questions and then get answers that I actually had to go above your head to get back about project room key. So
sorry about that.
So first off, I can't be clear enough, Terry. My job is field deputy. My job is not, I don't deal with LAHSA. I don't deal with LA Family Housing. I'm not the homeless deputy. So information that I know is information that is shared with me from other staffers. So no, I'm not going to know all that information. I would never be privy to it because no one would tell me that. It's not something that my superiors think is necessary for me to do my job. So the only thing I'm aware of is that the City of Los Angeles is on the hook for 20% of the funding to pay for the site based on what the requirements are of the state. I'm sorry, but I don't think, let me rephrase this, my opinion does not matter. Project Room Key's goal is to house the most vulnerable people in our district. It is a necessary function, and it's as simple as that. Now, the property behind Sportsman's Lodge, adjacent, I mean, I'm talking about underneath the river, which is like right behind where Patrice and Peter are. So right behind Patrice and Peter's property, that is county property on the river. Across the way, which is blocked off, is technically Recreation and Parks, which is city, and Sportsman's Lodge. However, the city cannot get into that vicinity without prior permission from Sportsman's Lodge because they have a key to the gate that they own. So I want to make that clear.
Great.
And I don't take any of this thing lightly. Trust me, it's nothing to be light about. I just cannot express the amount of emails that I'm getting from two individuals that border on harassment. So if people want questions, happy to provide them. If you would like a direct meeting from me, happy to provide that too. But I just want to be mindful of people's time, that they are responding to you and they are giving you that information that you're looking for. I know that when you had reached out to my office, I sent your request to Lorraine, and Lorraine did push it all the way up to the chain and got you the information you needed. All that stuff is something I learned when you learned it. I do not know the information. So I'm a messenger sometimes because I'm not the specialty. My specialty is not homeless. So.
Okay, Jessica, there's 3 more hands. Maybe let's, we'll hit them 1, 2, 3, and then if you feel appropriate, you can respond after we hear all 3. How about that?
Sure.
Great, thanks. Peter Cole, go ahead.
Hi there. I believe Jessica works for me and for all of us, and I really don't appreciate you lying about me or Patrice. I mean, what you're characterizing us as is false. Every time I've emailed you about something, you've deflected. And you know that I'm not the garden variety stakeholder who's looking for someone to pick up my trash, or who do I call to swat flies. I ask pointed questions, and you know I do my research, and you deflect me to people that will not answer any questions. And you have my phone number, and instead of trashing me in a public forum, you should call me. I'm disgusted by what you've said tonight. I'm disgusted by your boss. I'm disgusted with the way our city looks. I'm disgusted the fact that I've had to move out of my house because I can't live there anymore.
Sorry about that. Your 1 minute is expired. We have another from phone number ending in 713. Go ahead. 1561 and ending in 713.
Hello.
Yes, hi, go ahead.
Hi, this is Ruth. I'm your unhoused neighbor. I know that Jessica, the field deputy, sounded a little bit frustrated, and she said that she's not an expert on homelessness. Well, I am. I'm happy to shed light on any issues. We actually share a lot of the same frustrations with a lot of the people that have issues with trash and everything. And the Project Room Key, we have issues with that. We're not so different. And if anyone has any questions to point in the direction of the actual unhoused people of Studio City, which we have a committee named after us, but none of us are on it, we'd be glad to have our voices heard. Thank you.
Ruth, by chance, do you have the ability to get my email, or do you have internet access where I could touch base with you?
Yes, please. You could email me at
don't tell it. No, don't say it over this, because then it's become a public, unless you want it to be public.
Oh, I don't care. It's ruthlessruth@gmail. I think I've said it in another meeting, so.
I'm sorry. I'm ruthless. What?
Yeah, like roofless, like with no roof, because I'm homeless.
Oh, I thought you meant roof
Ruthless.
as in like tough. Oh, ruthless roof.
Ruth@gmail.com.
Ruthlessruth@gmail.com. Ruthless. Okay.
Okay.
And then you have one more, thank you. And there's one more comment by Patrice Berlin. Go ahead.
Hi there.
Hi, Patrice.
So I was trying to avoid this tonight, but listening to Jessica. Jessica, you and I have been friends for a long time. I've sent lots of letters to your bosses over the years saying how wonderful you are. And I'm like super upset now with you. Just for you to say I've sent you tons of horrible messages and whatever, here's the last one. Here's the last one. Jessica, thank you for your email. The fire department and police have been in sportsmen's almost daily. I believe that HIPAA protects persons' names, but not the nature of the event. I believe the neighbors should be aware of what is happening in our neighborhood, don't you? I walked by sportsmen's tonight and was scared to death of all those hiding and partying in the bushes. You go, thank you for your message. As I noted in my response yesterday, the incident LAPD responded to over the weekend involved a medical emergency at Sportsman's. At no point was anyone in the community at any risk of threat. Due to HIPAA regulations, we weren't able to disclose any further information. So that is the last communication I had with you. And we do
Time
not,
has
I have
expired.
sent you maybe 2 or 3 in the last couple months.
Yes, Patrice, I'm not talking about the emails that you're sending to me. I want to make that clear. You actually have not been sending me a whole lot of emails, and I have responded to them. You're right. I was more responding to so the other emails that I'm forwarded that you are a part of the chains. It's not emails you sent to me. No, and I apologize for you know, if that's what you meant, or I apologize for the incorrectness of that.
Okay, great, Jessica. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. If you have any questions, of course, you are always welcome to reach out to Jessica Fugate, her office, or if there's, and she can direct you to others in Krikorian's office or in the city if need be. So send that email over. Thank you, Jessica, for your time this evening. Of course, you're always welcome to hang out should you choose. Moving on to agenda item number 9, bylaws committee. Nancy Kramer, go.
Okay, hello. Motion for attachment A of the operating procedures. The Studio City Neighbor Council Board hereby certifies as the list as required in our bylaws, Article 5, Section 1, Letter F, to include all non-for-profit organizations, including those devoted to education, faith-based, community service, youth, special interest, and nonprofit business, whose physical meeting location is within the boundary and whose principal activities are conducted within the boundary. This does not include government or political organizations. The motion requires a simple majority as per the bylaws. So,
great. So, go ahead. Sorry, Nancy. Go ahead. No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to, I want to make sure that everybody's clear what's happening right now. When we did the bylaws, we made the changes and Dunn kicked back our definitions of the stakeholders. I mean, the elected, the elected seats. So they reverted back to the old definition that we had. However, we've already been told by the city, I think it's a city attorney, but the city clerk's office, that we cannot use our definition that's in our bylaws right now, which is to make a list. We can't make a list of people that we think that those we say yes to one church, but not yes to a different church. We can't do that. We can't have a list. Anybody who's in those organizations will be approved. So what we're doing with this motion here is if there's a stakeholder that is looking to run for a seat, in our current bylaws, it refers this seat to the operating procedures. So we are putting this statement in the operating procedures as the attachment A. And then when we are allowed to change our bylaws again, we will rework that definition on F so that it doesn't occur there to have this list. So I just want to make sure everybody understands it, and that's because it's kind of important.
Okay, there's public comments, so let's just get that out of the, let's take care of that, and then we can move to board comments, if any, and then bring it to a vote. Barry, go ahead. I'm sorry, Richard Adams.
Yeah, I wasn't quite clear on what Nancy was saying. It was kind of garbled on my end, maybe the cheap phone I'm using. But I've always objected to the portion of this list that says the physical meeting location needs to be within the SCNC boundaries. There are numerous organizations, a lot of them veteran-based, that provide services to those of us in the community who are veterans, and other organizations that don't meet here. But they definitely provide services to our stakeholders. And this may not be the forum to debate that subject on, especially if what I did hear her say is basically there is no list. But it was a point I wanted to raise anyway. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. There is one public comment. Goat Puppet for 1 minute.
Yes. You know you're listening, Jessica. Stay on the topic. Okay, yes. So, I think during the COVID crisis, shouldn't we suspend the rule for physical meeting place in the district and instead only keep the requirement for involvement within the district until the COVID crisis is declared over by the governor of California? Damn, that's brilliant. Yes, thank you. And the reason why Goat Puppet is mentioning this is that Goat Puppet has discovered some politicians aren't really living in the city they claim they're in. But they can use COVID as the excuse to live in other pretty cities and zoom in, like Alexa on the beach.
Please state your remain to the motion.
Let us all be Alexas. Let us all be on the beach. So do that until...
Your time has expired. Any board members with a comment on, oh, Lana, go ahead.
Hi, Nancy. Point of information from you, please. I just wanted to inquire about going forward with the election that we'll have. Will the members of such organizations self-certify? Will there need to be some verification submitted that they are actually a member of a said organization? I understand the list that we had before was really more geared towards a helpful tool when elections of the past were coming up, so we would know the organizations that are in our community and be able to say, okay, yes, we recognize them because we know that they're in our community, and it didn't pop up at the last minute. I totally understand how having just a list might be disconcerting because it's not encompassing all organizations that might be in our area. So if you could shed some light on these comments to help us out, and your thoughts on the recommendation about the actual physical meeting space, since none of us are really meeting in person, and how we might address that. Thank you.
Are there any other comments?
Any other board questions or comments?
I'll answer you in a minute.
Seeing no hands, go ahead, Nancy.
Okay, so right now, we're just trying to clean this one specific topic up. I have to actually research here and see what we have as far as written documentation. I know that the voters do not have to have written documentation to show that they're a stakeholder. They just have to affirm it. But but I want to look here before for the candidates. And addressing Adam earlier had a question. We all did that through the internet anyway, so that wasn't a change in, you know, when you uploaded your documents to prove who you were for the candidates. And as far as working in the boundary and all of that, that is beyond our scope right now. That is going to be, if we're still dealing with COVID, then the city will have to make some determination about how they're going to interpret that. The idea here really is we cannot have a list in operating, and so we have a reference to that. That's all it is. And to address, Richard, your point, I think that yours will go through too. I don't think that it's, as long as there's some work here, I mean, I think it's just about, it has to be real. So, but again, it's the city that's going to determine it.
Lana, go ahead, please. Any other questions?
One other thing. So with organizations, I guess we would be able to verify that any organization is registered with the Secretary of State. I think that no.
And I'm going to tell you, we aren't verifying anything. That's why they don't want to list. The city is verifying it. The city is.
Okay, and that's actually how they would verify it. The validity, I guess, of a registered chartered organization is because they would be registered with the Secretary of State. I think
Maybe or maybe not. Maybe not. I'm not ready. I'm not prepared to speak to that.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay.
Okay, without not seeing any other questions, go ahead, Nancy.
Yep, this is a majority vote because the bylaws say it's a majority vote. So it's a majority vote, but we still need to do roll call.
I see, there's a public comment. Hand wasn't up before on this, before we vote, from, I believe that's Ruth. Go ahead. For 1 minute.
Hi. Yes, this is Ruth. I would just like to make sure that the voting or the election would include something that unhoused people could access. It's been really hard for us to access the election. I was actually, my vote was suppressed in March, but hopefully it looks like it won't be this November. But for the neighborhood council, I just wanted to make sure that there was going to be an option that people could vote if they were unhoused. There's 211 of us counted. That's an underrepresentation of the population here. And we do have votes, and we would like to participate if possible.
Ruth, I'll send you an email. There's a program for you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. One more thing about like how you said they don't, if you're a stakeholder, like they verify it somehow, that'll be in the email. And I had a question about the committee, the board, like the committee chair people. Like, I was confused about the homelessness committee's new chair, Mr. Johnson.
I apologize, your timing has expired. Moving right along, without seeing any other hands for board comment, if we can bring this motion to a vote.
Ready?
Yep.
Richard Adams,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Viduka,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Alexa, yes, Adam,
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Motion 9A passes.
Great, thank you. Agenda item number 10, just for those of you who may not be aware, Richard Niederberg, I don't even know all the details, Lana knows more than I, but he unfortunately suffered an injury, wasn't well. He was in the hospital briefly and is currently recuperating in Studio City rehabilitation. So we won't have a report from him on his committee. I just will publicly say I wish him well. And I'm sure we all do, and I'm sure if he has email access, send him an email wishing him well as if you want his phone number to reach out, I have that as well as Lana. Moving on to agenda item number 11, Government Affairs Committee Where is? One second. Barry Johnson.
Hi. So the Government Affairs Committee met for the first Wednesday in October and went to addressing some pending legislation, of which the first four motions, A, B, C, and D, all have to do with the ongoing federal corruption that's been investigated over the last couple of years. It's resulted in one of our city council members being removed from office, and others are still under investigation. So we want to submit these all as community impact statements, which basically supports or doesn't support motions that the city council has for many of these issues now. So we are supporting or not supporting motions having to do with corruption. So I'll read you the first one, A, and then I'm going to have a couple of corrections to read into it. But the first one is the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes Los Angeles City Council file number 20-0980 to revoke approvals of development projects and terminate project applications proven tainted by corruption and fraud unless the city council findings are binding on all city departments. This motion is to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS, to Council File 20-0980 and requires a roll call vote. And in that regard, late this afternoon, I spoke to the city clerk's office, and it indeed does not require a roll call vote. It requires us submitting the minutes saying how many no's, how many yeses, how many abstentions there were. So we don't have to have a roll call vote. Anyway, so I'm proposing on this one to strike the "and" requires a roll call vote. I'm amending my own motion here. And the other thing is on the first sentence, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, opposes, after opposes, comma, unless amended, comma. The city clerk advised putting that in because that puts us in, when it shows up on a city council agenda, it will actually say Studio City Neighborhood Council, and we will be under the category that says opposes, comma, unless amended. And we don't fully oppose this, but we want it amended to include the city council findings being binding on all city departments. So
Richard Adams seconds.
Thank you, Richard. And I've been told by many that it's better to oppose and tell them why you're opposing than just agree to something and then tell them what you want them to change. It stands out more when you oppose and then say oppose and less amended. So that's why it's worded this way. So that is the motion A.
Okay, we have, before we, our board talks about it, there is, looks like 2 public comments. Ruth, did you have a public comment on our government affairs motion? Ruth? Okay, if her hand pops back up, we'll come back. Public comment for 1 minute. Ghost Puppet, your time starts when you start speaking.
Yes, a very good idea. However, let's be fair. All these developers donated campaign donations to the councilman, money to the office holder accounts, and they paid off the building inspectors. So I would move that the city refund these project developers all of the bribe money that they gave to those three parties. After all, they paid for it and they should get it. That's the American way. The Chinese asshole that bribed everybody, he only paid $1.25 million and got a cooperation agreement. So we need to have equity in corruption. Let us all be fair to all of the city criminals. And all of you listening out there, keep stealing because the FBI is too busy.
Your time has expired. Thank you. If we can bring this to Lana Ford, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to ask Barry a little point of information, I guess you'd say. I was curious as to the word revoke that's used there. Was there a reason that you chose the strong language of revoke as opposed to suspend? I believe revoke does send the proper message, but I was just curious, knowing how the processes are with applications, if you might have some thoughts on how that really would work in the city. Would they really revoke it and then make the folks apply again if they were found to not be tainted?
Yeah, the city council motion I used the language from that motion. So they're saying revoke. So this is still a pending motion that we're efforting to support. So they will figure out how they do it before it's voted on by city council. But that was their word, not ours.
Thank you.
Lisa Karajian, please.
Just real quick, do we have an idea of how many applications are tainted with corruption?
They didn't say in the city council motion. I think part of the motion also entails criteria for determining what makes something tainted, you know? So this is still all yet to be determined.
If it's not defined yet, is it right for us to weigh in before they've defined it?
Yeah, well, a CIS basically supports a motion that they're working on, and if they should vastly change it between now and when they actually vote on it, we could vote on it, you all could vote on it again, but it's supporting the motion. It's basically saying it supports the motion as it stands, with the unless part being that we want them to we said unless the city council findings are binding on all city departments. And that unless actually came from our committee member, Jeff Carter, who's an attorney, and thought that needed to be added. So that's why it was written as it was.
Are you
Mr. President?
Yes.
I would point out to my learned colleague that the earlier neighborhood councils weigh in on these council files and provide guidance from stakeholders of what we want to see, the better off we are, rather than waiting until everything, the cake is pretty much baked, and then going, oh my God, I wanted a different filling.
Yeah,
and as Barry pointed out, we can always come back and revisit it if we don't like the changes or if things have changed, so we need to change our position, point of view, suggestions, whatever. But in all my years of working in the neighborhood council, which is coming up on 20, the sooner you get there and say something, the more effect the voice the neighborhood council has for our stakeholders. That's all.
I move to vote.
Yep, let's vote.
Yeah.
Okay, Richard Adams,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Michael,
He said yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Sorry.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Raduca,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Alexa, yes. Adam,
Yes.
and Joseph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, 11B, Barry.
Okay, yeah. This motion is, I'll read it, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Los Angeles City Council file number 20-1044 to develop criteria for approving high-value projects and amend the planning process so these projects are diverted from Plum and go directly to the City Council. This motion is to be submitted as a Community Impact Statement, CIS, to CF 20-1044 and requires a roll call vote. And I'm making a friendly amendment to strike and requires a roll call vote because I found out, again, that is not required. So that is that motion. And for those of you that may not be familiar with Plum, it's the City Council Planning, Land Use, and Management Committee. And for a time, now there are 5 council members on that committee, but there were 3 for the longest time. And they were passing a lot of these big projects, and that's where some of all this corruption sort of surfaced with some of these big projects. And it just was, they were, a committee of 3 was approving things right and left that shouldn't have been. So the city council here is trying to change it so the criteria for big projects would be diverted and go directly to the full city council for approval.
Okay, there's public comment. Oh, there's no public comment. Oh, Richard Adams, so board comments. Richard Adams, was there something you wanted to say to this?
I would point out that at least in theory, the city council is answerable directly to the voters. So if they approve things people don't like, you have some recourse, whereas Plum are appointed, serve at the privilege of whoever appoints them. And really there's no recourse for the public to go, you bastards. So that's why I'm supporting this. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Public comment from Goat Puppet, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yes. And again, out of this committee, we would like to thank the new chairman of the committee, Lois Never Attends a Meeting Jr. Thank you so much, Lois, for all your hard work. Now, all of you are wondering who's doing all this work in the committee. Lois. Who's doing all the writing? Lois. And you don't even give her any credit. Shame on you guys. She's fighting corruption all the way from Santa Barbara.
Point of order, Jermaine.
It is. Because you have a committee, you threw off the best guy you ever had to put a fucking puppet on that committee that never meets. That's what's going on. So again, puppet committee,
Jermaine to the
puppet
motion.
council, puppet motion by puppets. For puppets and by puppets.
Your time's expired. Public comment by Eric Previn, go ahead. We have 1 minute.
Eric, please unmute.
Which item is this? Item 11?
This is on 11B.
Okay, thank you. It's 1 minute for all of the 4 motions?
Just
1 minute
11B.
for item 11B.
Just for B, okay. So there was a Government Affairs Committee meeting. It was hosted by Barry Johnson, who's the former vice chair and a very unloyal, disrespectful man. And during the meeting, I was able to give a public comment about how Mike Fuhr had been in deeper trouble. You know, there's a lot of ethical problems at City Hall, as we all follow, and I follow very closely. And then, though Randy was on the meeting and Barry was on the meeting, they blocked me from making further comments on any of these items. So that for a variety—
Point of order, Jermaine.
No, you're disrupting my comments, sir. Sit quietly until my minute
Point of
is
order,
up.
Jermaine.
Well, you're
to the
going to
motion.
lecture inappropriate. It is appropriate. These were the committee meetings at which you blocked me. I have the documentation.
Point of
It's
order, it's
completely outrageous.
Jermaine. We're speaking to motion 11B.
No, it's, what do you mean 11B? That's what I'm talking about. That was one of the items heard at the committee meeting that you, like a little sheepish wimp, refused to connect me to the meeting and let Barry, who never does it right, bungle it. So that's—
Your time's expired. Seeing no other public comment, is there board comment?
Yeah, quick board comment, Randy. Barry, does this in any way impact the ability of neighborhood council land use committees to participate as they have traditionally done in the planning process?
No. You know, if you were comment, normally you might send something to the Plum Committee. If it was bypassed, you would just send it directly to the City Council, full City Council.
Any other board comment?
To vote?
Richard Adams?
I have one that's slightly tangential. If anybody wants to call me a puppet, I politely suggest they have the stones to come say it to my face so I can verbally rip their head off and defecate down their neck, because I am nobody's puppet, will never be, and yes, I'm politically incorrect and built to stay that way. Thank you.
We can bring the 11B to a vote, please. Let's vote.
Richard,
Yes.
Hold on.
Michael,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Raduca,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Alexa, yes. Adam,
Yes.
Joseph,
Yes.
motion 11B passes.
Great, 11C.
Okay, motion C, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes Los Angeles City Council file number 20-1045 to update the processes and procedures ordinance with additional criteria on when entitlements such as legislative actions and conditional use permits will be granted, and should restrict actions from moving forward unless it can be established that they are in the public interest or otherwise adhere to established policies of the city. The sheer volume of entitlements can also erode public trust. Without clear established criteria, the public is left wondering how certain projects were allowed to be built in their communities. For this reason, it is necessary to provide additional criteria in the processes and procedures ordinance on when legislative actions and other entitlements can occur. We oppose Los Angeles City Council file number 20-1045 unless the burden of proof is on the developer. This motion is to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS to CF 20-1045, and requires a roll call vote. And I'll make the amendment again to strike and requires a roll call vote because it doesn't. And in the first sentence, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes. It should be after opposes, comma, unless amended, comma. inserted.
Second.
That's it. Thank you.
Point of order, Randy?
Yes.
I would like to just speak for a second. When we do a point of order about being germane to a motion, it is to the merits of the motion, either for the motion or against the motion. That's what that means.
Got it. Thank you. So we have public comment on this. Let me break out the timer. One minute. We have Eric Brevin. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn. All of these motions are made by participants in the corruption that goes on at City Hall. I have to tell you, I listened extremely carefully, and if the entire board understood what Barry just said, I would be extremely surprised because it is extremely confusing. Opposed, for, not, everybody's against corruption, but this is more self-review and more sort of council members, playing the role of the shepherds when in fact they are the wolves. And it's very clear. And that's why all of these motions, it's very ironic, isn't it, that Mr. Anti-Corruption Eric Previn was blocked from the actual meeting about here's the rollout to show that no, government affairs still fights corruption. See, look, we have 4 big items led by Barry Johnson, the corruption fighter. Oh, wait, isn't Barry Johnson the guy who was glad-handing with Gibson Transportation and Jessica Fugati to do what is an
Your time has expired. We have public comment by Goat Puppet. Go ahead.
All right, you apologize to him. Ow! Sorry, Mr. Adams. Okay, thank you. Now go ahead. Yes. Again, you have the best qualified. Where's Lois Wineshaft? Where's your puppet chairwoman? She's never attended a goddamn meeting. But you take Eric Previnoff, who's attended every meeting? Why, Randy Fried Chicken? Why? What are you doing this for? So, we know you've turned the committee into a puppet committee.
Point of order, germane to the motion, please.
What? Oh, so when the puppet speaks intelligently, he's off topic. So I'll go back to speaking like you. Mumble, 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 duh. Mumble, 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 duh, duh. I don't know nothing, duh, duh.
Your time has expired. Richard Adams, you had a comment? It's your hand raised.
2 things. I'd like to point out that once again, Jeffrey Carter, who did his due diligence and read the details, pointed out the problem with the burden of proof, and that's why the motion is written that way. And I will not waste the board's time with pointing out the utter uselessness and complete waste of 3 years or so of the previous GAC chair's tenure, where absolutely nothing of this import got reviewed for the SCNC and its stakeholders. Thank you.
Lana Ford.
Hi. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Point of information, Barry, regarding the length of this motion. It is quite dense with its meanings. And would you please give us an example? Doesn't necessarily have to be something pertinent in our community, but could you give an example of how this would work, what it actually is in layman's terms for us? Thank you.
Well, they would update this ordinance with additional criteria for, whenever there's a big project, they're always asking for a lot of things. They may need a conditional use permit. I mean, this could apply to Harvard Westlake. they're asking for a conditional use permit. But I mean, it's just asking for more information in the public interest. And, you know, like this is straight from the motion, you know, where it says the sheer volume of entitlements can also erode public trust. So again, this is trying to get the public's trust back after I think they've lost our trust over many of these ongoing federal investigations of our city council right now.
Sure. And
so I mean, that's where this stemmed from.
Well,
Go ahead.
the word entitlement is a technical term. For the lack of a better description, it is a term that the city uses, correct? Would you?
Yeah, and I always, whenever I ever do public comment to any kind of planning thing, in fact, I did it the other night. I think it was Harvard Westlake or something else. I said, there's really, and they insist on using the word entitlements, but it's like their developers are not entitled to anything. They call it entitlements, but it's really they're asking for a variance is what it is. But they don't call it what it is.
Well,
you know, even in this, it's calling it the volume of entitlements. But I hate that word.
And that means, in layman's terms, would you share a little bit more about that? That just means what they are lawfully allowed by.
They're asking for a variance, but that doesn't mean they're entitled to it. But they use that word, I believe, to like make people think they're entitled to something, and they're truly not.
But the city uses it, correct?
Yeah,
is that correct? That is their definition of entitlement is something that encompasses whatever is within the range of allowable.
Is that you can ask for. It doesn't mean you automatically get them. But when you say the word entitlement, it implies you're entitled to something automatically, and you're not.
Thank you. And this motion then opposes in one area a certain procedure.
Well, all
and
we're
in another,
saying is essentially we support it, but we want them to say the burden of proof is on the developer.
And how does that manifest itself? Is that an additional report? Is that something you would give a name to, or an attachment?
It's something that they would ask for in this processes and procedures ordinance, which this whole motion is for, to develop additional criteria. So this city council motion, I believe, can only help us not have more corruption down the road. All four of these, you know, all we can do is try. And somebody else said, public comment said, well, we have 15 people who are all corrupt, but at least a few of them have come forth with these four motions. So some of them are thinking, gee, some of our colleagues may have done something illegal that they may go to jail for decades. So, I mean, that's why I think these four are good, that supporting them is good, and we will follow them to see where they end up.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I just wondered if there might be any less wording. I guess not, huh? It covers a lot.
I tried to use the wording from the actual motion, and for this particular one, I put as much as I did just because I felt like I couldn't leave anything out for you. I think it needed to all be there.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you very much.
Any other board comments? Seeing no hands, Richard Adams.
I already gave my comment. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate it. Okay, let's move this to a vote.
Okay, voting on 11C. Richard
Correct.
Adams,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Rajuka,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Alexa, yes. Adam,
Yes.
Yes.
motion 11C passes.
Great. 11D. Barry.
Oh, all right. Motion D, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Los Angeles City Council file number 20-1089 to continue the holds on projects identified in the indictments and plea agreements as Project C, located at 940 South Hill Street, and Project H, located at 926 West James M. Wood Boulevard, semicolon. Initiate holds on 2 other projects identified in the indictments and plea agreements as Project D, located at 1020 South Figueroa Street, and Project M, located at 520 South Mateo Street, and initiate, semicolon, and initiate holds on projects identified in any future indictments, plea agreements, or other documents made public by the United States Department of Justice or other prosecutorial agency where the facts asserted in such documents present a reasonable likelihood of potential corruption or fraud. This motion is to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS, to Council File 20-1089 and requires a roll call vote. And again, I'll make the amendment to strike and requires a roll call vote.
Second.
Thanks. We have public comment on motion 11D. Go puppet for 1 minute.
Yes, trying to undo the work of Jose Huizar. So, and I think Lisa would agree at this, at least in principle. Let us give thanks to Jose Huizar for building the pretty things that he built. He cut the time down in half. All you have to do is go to a Las Vegas bathroom with cash and come out with chips, and you can build anything you want. And that's what we should do. Move planning meetings to any bathroom at any casino across state lines. That's a hell of an idea. There's no cameras in there, so the FBI can't listen to anything. It'll just be Randy's little secret, Lisa's little secret, and Goat Puppet's little secret. Previn won't go there because he's afraid to cross state lines. It costs too much for gas.
Time is expired. Public comment by Eric Previn. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn. So these are the projects that are being put on hold that were in Huizar's district that were, you know, festivals of corruption. The problem is that, again, Paul Krikorian, who sat right next to Jose Huizar, and the entire council approved these projects, and they knew full well that they smelled to high heaven. I went to committee meetings where Huizar's aide would be connected to the developer, and Mitch O'Farrell would run the meeting and say, talk to the developer. Sorry this has been delayed so long, but I'm sure you can work it out. Wink, wink, give money, deliver money to the independent expenditure account. It's just appalling, and they all knew it was going on. And quite frankly, Caro Tarosian is a world-class expert at point and shoot and point and click and guide people to give money at the appropriate time when it looks like it's cool. Paul Krikorian does the exact same thing. So this.
Your time is expired. Board comment?
I have some concern about how this is germane to Studio City. I understand that it's a citywide problem, but this seems to be a little bit outside of our jurisdiction or realm of authority.
As a neighborhood council, we are entitled, I'll use that word, to comment on anything as a community impact statement. And this is supporting a motion which has to do with political corruption in our city. So, you know, it really, for me, it doesn't matter where it is. I just support not letting these projects freely go ahead when they were voted on and indictments have been handed down over them. So I think, and if you look at the council file and see down the road, it will list all the neighborhood councils on these that have made community impact statements. You will see they are from all over the city.
Mr. President?
How about Lana and then Richard Adams? So Lana, go ahead.
No problem.
Hi, thanks. I do agree with Michael in that it's not within our physical boundaries of our community. However, this motion does support the one that we just passed, and would be in keeping with that concept that we do care about any tainted projects, etc. So I guess what I'm really trying to say is it's not usually something that I have seen our council undertake. We haven't done too many of these outside of our boundaries, but since it supports our other motion, I might be inclined to support it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Richard.
Okay. I'm a Los Angeles native, the rarest of all creatures. Projects anywhere inside the city boundaries affects me and everybody else who lives here. This corruption affects me and everybody else who lives here. These projects being shoved through because wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and hand over whatever when everybody thinks somebody's looking affects all of us. Weighing in on this is a duty and a responsibility for every honest citizen of this city and for this board. It boggles my mind that, well, it's not right near my neighborhood. We're not going to say anything. No, corruption is wrong. This sort of garbage, I use the nice civilian term, is wrong. And for us not weigh in on this and say, no, this needs to be punished, this needs to be stopped, this needs to be reversed, is wrong. You know, it's just, if we're not ourselves and our other stakeholders, why do we exist? I strongly urge all of you to vote yes on this and the other files that you already voted on, plus the next one. Thank you.
Not seeing other hands from board members. Let's move this to a vote.
Okay, we're voting on motion 11D. Richard?
Unsurprisingly, I vote yes.
Michael?
No.
No? Randy?
Yes.
Alex?
Yes.
Paducah?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Alexa? Yes. Adam?
Yes.
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
11D passes.
Thank you. Moving right along to 11E.
Okay, motion E, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes Los Angeles City Council file number 20-1074 for a permanent alfresco dining program unless all originally required public and private parking spaces, as well as sidewalk ADA access, reverts back to pre-pandemic requirements within 90 days of Los Angeles County qualifying to end participation in the state's 4 color-tiered closure chart. This motion is to be submitted as a community impact statement, CIS, to Council File 20-1074 and requires a roll call vote. And I do want to strike again and requires a roll call vote. And in the first sentence, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes. I need to insert comma unless amended, comma. So the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes unless amended Los Angeles City Council file. And I believe I may have a friendly amendment coming.
You do. If we can also, as a friendly amendment, add the council file number 20-1263. That council file also dealing with the alfresco program.
I second both amendments.
Thank you. This is just a sister council file to the first one that I came across in the last week. It is dealing with the same thing, but it has to do with using the federal pandemic money to administrate the program. So I just wanted to make sure that both these council files know, and this whole thing really came from our stakeholders saying in our residential neighborhoods, saying, gee, now that they're dining on their parking lots, they're parking all over the place in our residential neighborhoods. And the comment was, we understand for the time being, but when this is all over, we don't want this to continue. So this is where our unless came from. And we felt that 90 days after ending, you know, we would get to the yellow tier, and 90 days after we get out of that and are theoretically back to normal, you know, people would be required to use their parking lots and parking spaces again, which seems fair to our neighborhood, since I think restaurants right now would rather be back inside anyway. So that's where this all came from. Thank you.
We have public comment from Eric Previn. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do support the al fresco dining, and one of the big issues that's been that's come up is restaurants putting their tables and stuff on sidewalks and causing some rerouting for pedestrians, which frankly, guess what? It's a pandemic. Okay, so we're going to do that, and we're going to accommodate that. And when they have to put them in the parking lots, we're going to agree to that too. So, you know, this is a motion that says when the pandemic is over, 90 days later, Studio City Neighborhood Council says it's okay to resume blocking people from dining outdoors. I just think it's an odd motion that comes, its activity, its actionable component comes when it's all over. I mean, what we should be doing is thinking of supportive ways to support our businesses to continue to serve outdoors. To say opposes the al fresco dining program in any language. And also, I don't see a second case file number in the original agenda. So you can't just add that last minute without sharing it so we can review it. So I don't know what you're doing, but I don't like this.
Your time has expired.
It's an identical motion, just from a different funding source.
Public comment by Goat Puppet. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, Mr. Previn makes a good point. And he would have put that in the motion and made a good point if he was still on the committee. But no, because of Randy. And also, he was cut off rudely and hysterically by the new co-chair, fake chair. And now we have this Anomaly, I thought you all were against the motor vehicle. I thought you were all in favor of outdoor dining. Outdoor dining is a wonderful thing, especially breathing the car fumes and dining outside in 100-degree heat in the summer and the upcoming rains. There's nothing better than dining in miserable conditions. Yes, so Alexa, have another drink on the goat puppet. Let's vote this in as a no. Is there a drink?
Your time has expired. Richard Adams and then Lisa.
Yeah, this was passed. We discussed it. I think it was Jeff Carter that brought up the ADA access on the sidewalks. As somebody who themselves is service disabled and mobility challenged to the point where sometimes shadows will cause me to trip and lose my balance and even fall. Having the sidewalks clear for everyone is utterly necessary. Getting the parking requirements back in place are necessary. I don't understand what some of the quote objections unquote are all about other than sour grapes and deliberate obfuscation. This is simple, it's straightforward, it makes sense, and I strongly urge all of you to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Lisa Karajian.
Okay, so this has an expiration date, right? So it's only during the pandemic. It's to help businesses generate business, being that they are forced to be providing seating outdoors. This isn't an ongoing thing that's going to go on forever and ever. And there does need to be some kind of enforcement on the city side where certain restaurants who are taking advantage of certain sidewalks do need to be approached and dealt with. Otherwise, it's a really lovely thing that is happening in our city right now, and we don't have to just be so vigilant about it in this manner. That is my opinion. This does have an expiration date. It is going to come to an end at some point. And I think that
Actually, that's not true.
Well,
These
so
two motions, but these two motions that we are trying to do CISs for are to extend it forever. So if they're going to extend it forever, and which means in the past, businesses had to pay quite a lot of money to get occupied dining on the sidewalk. They want to do away with that, extend this forever. We're saying, okay, al fresco's wonderful, but if you're going to extend it forever, we don't accept you for extending it forever in your required parking and to the extent on the sidewalk that obstructs ADA access. That's all we are saying in this. But these two motions are exactly for extending forever. They're not about the previous ones that are in effect now that have a sunset date. These are forever.
Nancy Kramer.
Yeah, I think Barry just probably answered it for me. I'm just wondering why. So al fresco previous, you had to pay extra money as a restaurant to be able to put tables out on the sidewalk because I've seen them, so I know they're there. So,
right.
So what we're saying now is that you won't have to pay any extra money to put those tables out on the sidewalk. It will go on forever. And what this motion is saying, but we'll only say yes to that if you keep all of the parking spaces and all the ADA access is required. And is that what it's saying, Barry? Clarify if I got that.
After we're out of the yellow zone, 90
Right.
days after the yellow zone, yeah.
Is that right, what I said?
Yeah, well, yes, and so a lot of, like the Tellos, let's say, they have a permit, before the pandemic, they had a permit for sidewalk dining. but it was
Right.
only so far out. You had to have enough room for the ADA. But some of the restaurants that have gotten on after the pandemic got on for free because it was an emergency action. These two city council motions now are going to explore extending forever, and who knows, they may get rid of these fees altogether. That remains to be seen. I mean, if I was the Tellos, I'd be pissed having paid thousands up front, and then somebody can come out in 2 years later and do it for free. But that's not what we're addressing here. We're only addressing that we want the parking and the ADA access to resume 90 days after we get out of the yellow zone.
I don't understand.
There was a hand raised by Lana. No, you're good. Okay. Oh, yeah, sure. Raduca and then
Raduca?
Jesse.
Barry, I have a question. How difficult it is to get these permits in a regular time, not during pandemic? Because I also agree with Lisa in terms of that alfresco is a great addition. I think the neighborhood trying to keep the parking, which actually it is public space just for the residents, is not a realistic thing anyway. We want, from a sustainability, I'm co-chairing that group, we want to see the city move into a place where actually we have more interaction and a community sense and interacting. So anyway, I don't want to make it too long, but I understand that we don't want it to give the space for free, but how hard is it for businesses who already suffer economically to afford afterwards just regular fees for having outdoor space?
Well, the ones that have been applying for it during the pandemic are getting it. It's very cheap compared to what it was. And I will tell you this: in Studio City, more than half of before the pandemic, more than half of the restaurants that were doing sidewalk dining did not have those permits, and it wasn't well policed, and they were getting away without paying that money. And now they've come in and gotten in for free, free or little money. But again, this motion here is just addressing a place like the Tellos. I hate to keep using them as an example, but they have their permit to operate includes that they have to have so many parking spaces, and they do. And everybody accepts for the time being that they're dining in their parking lot because they can't dine inside. All we're saying is when we get out 90 days after we're out of the yellow zone, that we want them to be using their required parking again. And you can bet if we're out of the yellow zone, they're going to be back inside their restaurant and legally where they can be on the sidewalk anyway. They're not going to even want to be in their parking lot because it's less than a conducive atmosphere. So does that help?
Yes.
Yes, and I do want to say real quick, pardon me, but there is an expiration date of December 2020. So December, I think it's the last day of December. I just had it right here in front of me.
I'm sure they're
Yeah,
going to
you're
extend it.
correct, but these two motions are to extend forever. The ordinance that's actually in effect now, Lisa, is December 20th or December 31st. It's somewhere near the end of December. But these two council files that we're commenting on want to extend it forever, and that's why we're getting in there ahead of the game before they start discussing it, saying, fine, you discussed to your heart's content about al fresco dining, but we want to make sure that the required parking and ADA access is back 90 days after we're out of the yellow zone.
Jesse.
I looked up this council file and I saw that one other neighborhood council had issued a CIS on this, and that's Los Feliz, who came out in support of permanently extending al fresco, with the rationale being that the financial impact of the safer at home and safer LA orders is going to be felt long after the restrictions are lifted by restaurants. And I think that's a pretty good point and something worth considering. I'm not so sure about 90 days being necessarily an optimal time frame in which to require restaurants to revert back and shut down this what may be an additional revenue stream. Vitello's has been mentioned. They're obviously a place that's been doing just fine for a long time, but certain smaller restaurants here in Studio City, I think, have really benefited from the expanded capability and capacity for dining that they have. And as they're going to try to claw their way out of whatever financial hole they're in, if they even make it through at all, following the end of the pandemic, whenever that may be, it would surely be beneficial to them to have a little more time to decide whether or not outdoor space is something they want to utilize, and whether or not they want to, what they want to prioritize in terms of parking versus 5 or 6 more tables that are, generating income for their employees and themselves. I'm not, and I completely understand your hesitation and reservation about permanently extending this program. I wonder if there's some way to split the difference. I'm not terribly comfortable with the 90-day requirement. Of course, I am completely in favor of, mandating proper ADA access on sidewalks. That I don't think anybody has a problem with. The parking versus additional tables question, I think, there's a little more worth discussing there. I'm not sure if this particular motion as currently worded would really represent the best interest of the small struggling restaurants in Studio City.
Well, 90 days is not set in stone. That is a suggestion. This is only telling the council committees basically to think about the required parking and the ADA access. It does nothing more. You can be sure if they address these two concerns at all in what they finally do, they're going to decide on how many days it should be, and it's not going to be 90 because we said so. That's all I can say. I mean, we're a body that suggests things to city council committees, and that's all we're doing here. The fact that it says 90 was just in committee. We thought that was reasonable, but that doesn't mean that it's going to do this.
Of course, I understand that. We're just all being asked to vote on, on getting behind a specific number that's being presented.
Okay, Lana. Oh, sorry. Lana, was there something you had to say?
Yes, thank you.
I should say.
Yes, thank you so much. Jesse, I totally agree with you, and I too would advocate for the striking of the 90-day range. And here is some thought behind that. In our area, we might have access for more valet parking, and if some of these companies would be able to negotiate with other businesses that were not using their facilities to facilitate their parking because they had valet, that might still allow them to do an al fresco dining to recoup some of their money. I tried to make that as clear as possible, so I hope that is helpful. I do believe that we have forgotten that a lot of our restaurants already use a valet program, and at the rate a lot of our businesses are closing their doors, there's going to be some space available, I think, for these restaurants to return to their parking numbers in the future. Thanks.
But keep in mind, our restaurants, they want to be back inside and they want to be using their parking lots for cars. Customers are not happy.
Well, that will
You
be
know.
their
Oh,
choice, right?
oh.
That will be their choice.
Correct.
That's their business decision, not ours.
Let's, we're gonna move this to a vote.
Okay, we're voting on agenda item 11E. Richard?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Randy?
No.
Alex?
Yes.
Raduca?
No.
Lisa?
No.
Nancy?
Yes.
That was a yes, right?
Yes.
Jesse?
No.
Rick?
Yes.
Lana?
No.
Alexa? No. Adam?
No.
Joseph?
Yes.
We have 7 no's and 6 yeses. Motion doesn't pass.
Okay, moving on. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to agenda item number 12. We have a report from our homelessness committee chair. Let's find him. He's not at it already. Steve Johnson. Steve? There he is. Hi, Steve.
Hello, everyone. So real quick, I just wanted to give a very brief report. There's a lot I want to talk about, but in the interest of time, the first thing I want to talk about was last week Rachel, Tobias, and I hosted a town hall with Project Room Key. We met with Ben Besley and Chris Freed from LA Family Housing, and it went okay. I just want to say it was okay. Some things got clarified. Chris admitted that when she said that originally 100 people from Studio City were there housed, she later clarified that she actually meant the Studio City area. And I'm really thankful for the stakeholder for asking us to clarify that. And then number 2, the stakeholder talked about adding more security. You know, they're getting $500,000 a month. So someone had proposed a $30,000 patrol response. Which that might be a good idea for that area. But I think he had added bike patrol, but it expressed that he would not add neither more patrol nor an armed like a patrol response with 2 cars driving the area. So there was a lot more. I know a lot of you were probably on the call. We also met last week and we discussed Project Room Key items. And I guess a big thing that I realized, as a newly appointed chair, was that the homelessness in Studio City it has a different phenomenon which I think needs to be addressed, and it's the fact that it's increased over 100%. So when I went to the stats from a year ago, it's over 100% increase. When you look at citywide, it's about 15%. So what is it about Studio City that caused that? And I have some ideas about why that's happened, but I think we need to really address that in some shape or fashion. Literally 100% increase. That's a problem. And I want to be compassionate. We definitely want to help people get a home quickly, but so there's that issue. And with regard to the largest encampments in Studio City, it's Coldwater and Vineland. I know there's many areas, but those are the 2 largest areas. And so as a committee, what we did was came up with an idea to have develop our own contact team to augment the care teams that are provided by LAHSA. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. It's actually an idea proposed to us, which we liked. And so every week until the end of the year, we're going to be posting up at either, it'll be between Coldwater and Vineland, and just offering services, trying to access people to get them into homes. With COVID in mind, it's going to be a very limited contact, to be a little bit more passive. So that's just something we want to do on our own. I'm sure some of you guys know we lost almost half of the committee. I think you guys know about what happened there. But I'm about action, so I don't. There may have been some issues about the direction that we want to go. But we are looking for more people, particularly if you live in the area of Vineland, 101, Coldwater 101, Riverwash areas. We really add some diversity to get some people who live in those areas who are impacted, to be on the committee. And the last thing I want to talk about, probably spending more time on this than I wanted to, is metrics. We did come up with some metrics that we want to incorporate for next year. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Steve. Moving right along to Land Use Committee, Lisa Karajian.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. Okay, let's go ahead and start with motion A, and then we will go into conversation about Harvard Westlake along with motion B. So motion A, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports the master plan approval ZA-2020-4954-MPA and ZA-2020-4955-CE for the restaurant Tokaya Organica Restaurant, to allow the sale and dispensing of a full line of alcoholic beverages for on-site consumption in conjunction with a new 2,650 square foot restaurant, 60 indoor seats and 39 outdoor seats on a 615 square foot uncovered outdoor patio, on the condition the hours of operation be changed to reflect as follows: from 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, only in the C1.5-1BL Rio zone, at the address of 12833-12835 Ventura Boulevard, 4218-4230 Coldwater Canyon Avenue, Unit 360, Studio City, California, 91604. So Tokaya Restaurant had presented initially in our September Land Use Committee, and there were some discrepancies. So they went back and changed what they proposed and filed with planning in regard to their seating, to 60 indoor seats and 39 outdoor seats, and their hours reflect the same as Hi Ho, I think it was, restaurant within the same complex. So, and their full line is for beer and wine and mainly margaritas. And the reason that they want to open at 9 a.m. is because they do want to eventually get around to serving breakfast. So there you have it. Any questions?
Okay, let's see, there's public comment, I assume.
Okay.
We have public comment. Let me just pull up my timer, sorry. Public comment from William E. Goat.
Yes, William E. Goat. Billy Goat! So, bearded one, we will note that you failed to take Mr. William Goat's public comment on the prior item of the Homeless Committee. So we will file a cure and correct and a multi-million-dollar federal lawsuit. Yeah, that'll be the fucking day. Yes, well, we want reconsideration of that item. Now, where do you get liquor licenses? Lisa Karjakian. When do you get them? Immediately. How many? as many as you want. So anybody out there, if you want to serve alcohol and have lots of DUIs and death by liver sclerosis, come to Lisa Karjakian and Randy Fried Chicken, and they'll get you on the list. Come on, everybody, have a drink. Have a drink on me. Well, that was.
Your time has expired. Public comment by Eric Brevin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City, and I want to clarify that I did have a comment on homelessness. I don't know why you didn't call us. Hands were up. It's totally inappropriate. You can't do that. It's like, and now the guy's gone. I've never had a chance to speak to him. I know it's upsetting that his whole committee ditched him, but that's because of your imperious ways. And this item at Sportsman's, or this outdoor alcohol license, I mean, I have to admit, I'm growing concerned that because everybody needs to kind of push the needle to get as much revenue as Porter wisely observed going as possible because of this horrific pandemic, we're offering an awful lot of martinis, okay? And I'm just worried for the safety of the people who still live here in Studio City. I know many of you don't, but those of us who do are worried about cars, you know, backing out, veering around, drunk. There's already a fair amount of reveling. I know Jalapeno Pete's has been enjoying a robust.
Your time has expired. Public comment from Rachel.
Yeah, I just wanted to go on record and point out, I'm sorry I wasn't at the last board meeting, but there's a global statistic that there's a direct positive association between alcohol, establishment density, and violent crime. And I don't have the percentages in front of me, but if you don't have to take my word for it, there are countless studies online from NIH, ABC boards across the US, Bureau of Justice, the Institute of Public Health. I just want to point this out as a warning of caution, especially since so many permits have recently been approved, excuse me. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say something. That's all.
I do want to say
Thank you, Rachel.
Takaya Restaurant is pretty established. There's
Lisa, can we, forgive me, if we, before you respond, let's just get through these, and then if you feel there's a need to respond to any of them.
Sure.
That's okay. No, it's okay. Peter Cole, go ahead for 1 minute.
Hi there. I'm not sure that this committee or anybody has answered the question whether or not the market, which is serving food, is a restaurant. It's being considered retail, and it does serve food and alcohol, or sell alcohol. So before you shove all these things through, I think you need to look into that. And also, we have some serious traffic questions about this corner that nobody seems to be answering at DOT. So, and plus there was another public comment about looking into how the stakeholders had been treated with Project Room Key, and now we're rewarding Sportsman's and their customers, their clients, as with these alcohol licenses. I just don't think it's right. I think you need to slow the train down.
Okay, and so board comment, Richard Adams.
I would point out that over the decades I've been involved, I was public safety chair for a long time. People are like, oh my God, there are too many liquor licenses. Oh my God, we're renewing things with no reviews. The Alcohol Control Board, ACB, out of the state, and LAPD, who I talk with directly, have no signs or incidents that indicate that there is an over-serving problem here in Studio City, or a alcohol problem in Studio City directly related to the number of liquor licenses we have here. A plotting of the DUI arrests showed them, last time I saw one, on the main routes from, say, Hollywood, West Hollywood, etc., and at the freeway on-ramps, where they'd obviously been imbibing somewhere else and got noticed on their way home. As somebody who's familiar with the restaurant business, having helped run a business supply house, a restaurant supply house, it is nearly impossible in the best of times to make a profit here in Studio City, given all the costs of doing business in the city of LA, without having a liquor license. There is no indication that I'm aware of, and I'm willing to be proven wrong, that we have an alcohol-related crime problem other than my little friends in the shopping carts with their 40s and throwing empty bottles over the roof of my house to try to hit me, that there's an alcohol problem. The fundamentals of the issue there at Sportsman's Landing, it directly affects me, and I'm not in favor of it, but it's obviously the city is shoving this through anyway. Better a functioning business there than an empty storefront, and somebody walks away, and then the vagrants have more places to hang out at. So, in general, Lisa, did these people agree to our general conditions, the standard conditions for the neighborhood council?
Yes, we are sending that to them. But verbally, yes, I did have an agreement.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm not thrilled with Sportsman's Landing, but a done deal is done deal. Enough is as good as a feast. If they're willing to fit into our framework, it's better than bite me, we're going to do whatever we want. I suggest everybody support this.
Okay, do we see, let me see, any board members with a comment? I have a comment, but any board members first?
Rick has a comment.
Yeah.
Rick, please.
I worked in bars during the bad old days of just wholesale drinking and higher DWI limits, and just everybody was just crashing left and right. And I think that the current restaurant culture in Studio City is fancy places where people just want to have drink with their dinner or brunch. But I'm wondering if we could develop some kind of covenant expressing those community expectations that to be a good Studio City restaurant citizen, we expect you to stay way under the current level of 0.08 when serving people.
Well, we do have the general conditions that we do hand out. So I'll send that to you, Rick, and I'll make sure that Randy gets it too, and everyone on the board gets it.
Thank you. Any other board comments?
I would just say that at this point, we've approved everybody else who's a business there, and to not approve one would seem relatively random and arbitrary.
So actually that segues perfectly into my comment, which is that actually the other businesses that came for the land use committee, Pasta Uvo, Sushi Roku, and Hi-Ho, when there was an issue about why do they need a liquor license all the way until 1 a.m. and the community asked, or there was a request of a friendly amendment, would they adjust instead of going 12 to 1, making it stopping at 11 p.m. during the week and 12 on the weekends. Every group so far actually agreed to that friendly amendment, except for Takaya. In the committee meeting, it was asked and was brought up that none of their locations, not West Hollywood, not Santa Monica, not Westwood, not Burbank, not one of their locations closes past 10 o'clock. In fact, their Century City location even closes at 8 o'clock. So they continue to just say, well, Studio City is not like any of those communities, which, I mean, struck me as odd to say. Westwood next to UCLA, they don't go, they're not open till 1 a.m. Why should we agree to that? So I think the big difference for me is they didn't agree to our friendly request just to change our hours by 1 hour to show that they were willing to work with a friendly request from this committee or from the land use committee. And they're like, nope, this is what we want and we're gonna push forward. So I do actually think that voting against it wouldn't be so different in light of that versus the other restaurants that were willing to agree.
Well,
Randy,
actually,
what about
that is not entirely true. They did agree to change their hours. Their initial request was from 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday through Sunday, Sunday through Saturday, Monday through Sunday. So we did ask them to change their hours from 9 a.m. to midnight, Sunday through Thursday, and they only asked for an additional hour to 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. And that just becomes an issue of, let's say New Year's Eve falls on a weekend and they want to be able to stay open for midnight on New Year's Eve or on a certain holiday. Just because we are giving them or supporting the hours requested until 1 a.m. or midnight during the week does not mean that they're going to take advantage of it and run with it. They are going to feel the neighborhood and go with what is going to be just serving them financially. And I'm a little off today, so Lana or Jesse or anyone from the land use committee, if you wanted to say a word.
Mr. President?
Yes. Well, Lana had her hand up, so go ahead, Lana, and then Richard Adams.
Not a problem.
Okay, great, thanks. I'd just like to say I agree with Michael DeLazar. At this point, we have approved all of the other restaurants that have come to us for their needs, and to neglect doing the same and giving approval to this final application or motion would seem arbitrary. I totally feel that these businesses know their clientele and their customers and the type of folks who will frequent these establishments much better than we do. And I understand that these businesses are smart and they're staying in business for a reason. So I would trust that why they ask for this particular range of hours is to benefit their business and the survival of it. Thank you.
Richard Adams.
Alrighty. I would point out that once again, over my years of experience here, we've had businesses come in here want to stay open until 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. And they were told politely, no, we're not that way. And they've actually come back to the board or board members and said, oh my God, thank you. We are in a residential neighborhood with a dining destination. We are not the late night party central. That's for people on the other side of the hill or maybe other places here in the valley. And even with these people agreed to neck their hours down some. I imagine when they actually see the traffic flow or lack thereof, will not even stay open that late. Some of you understand I live literally on the boulevard, right across from restaurants, etc. And when the people quit coming in, they close down, regardless of what the sign says they're going to be open for until, if they ain't making any money, they're going home to honey. So I have no problem with this, and I strongly urge we all vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick word to piggyback off of a couple of things that have been said. Randy, I completely agree with you that, quite frankly, the applicants might have comported themselves a little bit better in the meeting with regard to expressing some flexibility. That said, I do think that the application makes sense. I don't have any for the reasons that Richard mentioned and Lana. You know, I do think these hours make sense for that particular location, being adjacent to a hotel, which is on the larger side. Somebody gets in late, they want to be able to walk to a restaurant that's still open, still be able to get a drink with their dinner. And it's not, you know, Mr. Previn mentioned jalapeno Pete's, and I think what is appealing about Tokaya as a restaurant chain, as a local chain, is that they are distinctly not jalapeno Pete's. You know, they are, it's a very specific business model, and it's not, you know, it's not Barney's Beanery or jalapeno Pete's or anything of the like, you know. So I agree with you that I wasn't thrilled with the tone of the applicants, but I don't think there's anything wrong with the application.
Okay, let's move it to a vote.
We're voting on motion 13A. Richard?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Randy?
No.
Alex?
No.
Raduca?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Alexa? Yes. Adam?
Yes.
Joseph?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, so with motion B, in regard to Harvard Westlake River Park Project, ENV 020-1512-EIR, and the notice of preparation of environmental impact report, public comment period is from September 30, 2020 to October 30, 2020. Notice email delivery date was September 30, 2020. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council requests the Los Angeles Department of City Planning and CD2 Council Member Paul Krikorian acknowledge the city's initial study is 108 pages, and the public comment period of 30 days is too short of time given the date the notice was sent by the city was the day the public comment period had started, and therefore request a 60-day extension of the public comment period to December 30, 2020. So it's pretty self-explanatory. The public comment period email went out on September 30th, announcing that there was going to be an EIR based on the initial study, and for stakeholders to submit their questions in writing to Kimberly Henry with planning, LA City Planning. So here we're just asking to Council Member Krikorian to support our request for an extension.
Real quick, there was a hand up that I guess I did not see. Michael didn't see for the last item. I know we voted on it, but I do want to give her the opportunity to speak. Nonetheless, Patrice Berlin, you have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Hey, everybody. So regarding sportsmen's and the restaurants, etc. So I live directly behind there. I have not heard you guys, anyone address the neighborhood that's currently affected by any of this. You guys have not mentioned that at all. So, I mean, that's a concern of ours. I mean, you should come over to our neighborhood and see what we're subjected to just with the construction or whatever. But also, we have concerns that I've been trying to get answers from. The initial approval of Sportsman's Lodge was for 5 restaurants, and it did not include 8 restaurants market. And they did not, once they added all those, they didn't.
Your time has expired. So as it relates to motion 13B, we'll take public comment. We have public comment from William E. Goat. Go ahead.
Yes. So, another series of corruption. And again, poor Patrice Berlin only getting 1 minute from the goat puppet Randy Freed. And you know, this is what it is. You don't give a fuck about the community. It's all about the developer and the poor business person. It's not about the residents or the little children that go to school. You don't care. That's right. And of course, we need one other thing. What is it? We need to bring back the silver goblet for Lisa Karagian, because when she had the silver goblet, she used to be a lot more awake. So I make a friendly motion to bring back the alcohol goblet. I second it. Yes, and buy Alexa another drink. Drinks on the house. Okay, thank you so much.
Time has expired. There is public comment by, one sec. Public comment by Eric Previn.
Yeah, it's astonishing that it was earmarked as 30 days. That's intended to have the council member raise his hand and take care to make it longer. Yes, take as much time as you need for your comments and write them up as neatly and carefully as you can. And then Caro and Edgar Kaladian will write a little response, like Randy Freed just wrote to me about why they didn't take a public comment on the homelessness item, because Dunn said they don't have to, because it's not an action item. But that's not true. Any item on the agenda is the Brown Act, and Elise Rudin is a nincompoop, to use the official term. But Harvard Westlake are our friends, and we love Charles Munger and the $43 million investment he made. But $43 million is like 12 or 20 houses in the neighborhood. So why should he set the tone? And why are we engaging in this process under duress? It should be very, very clear, and we should be negotiating from a position of strength, not weakness. As we head into the holidays, we can.
Time has expired. We have public comment from Patrice. Go ahead. Patrice?
Patrice, unmute and then you can talk.
No comment. Thank you.
We have public comment from Rudy Melendez. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hi, Randy. Thank you. I just have to quickly point out 60 seconds is not enough time. I know it's late and the meeting's 3 hours in, but this is the most important land use issue facing Studio City looking ahead the next 30, 40, 50 years from now. We need more time to make public comment. And I think the motion is well intended, Ms. Karagian, but it needs to be, I think, more strongly worded. We all know that Krikorian has been supporting land use abuse in our community for as long as he's been in office. And this is something we have to look very closely at as a community, as stakeholders. And we implore you to hold our officials accountable, giving us the time to comment about such an important land use issue in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment by Jeff Kober.
I'm sorry, that's me. It's Adele Slaughter.
Oh, hi, Adele.
It's my husband's email. or whatever. I just wanted to make, I just wanted to make a couple of points about this motion. One is that I think there's something incorrect in the motion, because I believe that we did not get this from Harvard Westlake until late because of the mail going to CBS, and Barry had to like tell Lisa that we got a special mail. It didn't, I wasn't aware that it was emailed, because I didn't get it from the Land Use Committee until October 9th. And then we didn't meet on it until October 14th, which was one of the reasons that we made that motion to extend the comment period. That was one. And then another reason is that it's odd that they would do it, not 30 days in the middle of an election year when everyone's focused on that. And then with COVID also.
Your time has expired. There's public comment by Terry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I hope that the board will support this, because there is precedent for it. The last time a developer looked into getting a project done here, they did extend the 30-day period. And this is also with COVID. It's very hard to get together with people. A lot of people whose kids are using bandwidth, aren't available to get on Zoom meetings. So it's really difficult. And I think that we easily, very reasonably deserve an extension for this. So I hope everybody votes for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board comment on this? Okay, let's move it to a vote.
Mr. President?
Oh, sorry, Richard Adams. Sorry about that.
I had to unmute. I'm being good. Yeah, 30 days comment. Yeah, there's some Army language that covers this, but I'll be good because you're all civilians. No, they need to give us more time. There is no rush. There is no need. And the only reason for them to rush it, in my humble opinion, is to shove things through that the average member of the local community does not want. I strongly urge all of you to vote in favor of this, and to hold the councilman and everybody else at city council's feet to the fire to make this so. Thank you.
Please, go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
Thank you. Quick comment. I'm totally open to a friendly amendment to strike the word requests, and if anyone has a suggestion to insert a stronger word, implores is one.
Implores works.
Lisa, I agree with you. I'm in favor of that. I'm not sure demand works. We're an advisory body, so request.
Demand doesn't really work.
Strongly request.
Strongly requests and implores the Los Angeles Department of City Planning and CD2 council member.
Or urgently request.
I do want to respond to what Adele was saying, that I did not get it until later in my hand, though I do have to commend Patty Kirby. I never even received the email until she actually forwarded it to me. So the city hadn't even sent me, as the chair of land use, the notification. So just to clarify, I'm totally for
I'm
this.
sure that was just an oversight. Nod, nod, wink, wink.
Right. And I also did you have any more, Richard?
I was going to say urgently request might be good verbiage.
That's a good one.
That works. Lana, comment?
I do like that word, urgently request, and I would ask, there might be a little bit of I don't know if it's an update, so that this would be more in our in the same vein as our other motions, that the Studio City Neighborhood Council urgently implores Councilman Kukorian in regard to the Harvard Westlake River Park project, and then all the details and the dates, to, you know, request the Los Angeles Department of City Planning and et cetera to extend the public comment period for 60 days. Thank you.
Okay.
There's a public comment. A right hand just went up, so I just want to pull that, make sure we get that and pull his comment into the mix. Peter Cole, go ahead. Peter?
Hi there. Sorry about that. I do think the comment period should be extended. There's some of us that are intimately involved in the minutia of Harvard Westlake, watching them, how they presented their case for the bridge over cold water and their parking structure. And as they march out details on this new project, they keep moving the goalpost. They are not being forthcoming to the community of what their ultimate goal is here. And those of us that know all the details can watch, oh, this is a new thing. Oh, we're going to have a press box. Oh, we're going to do that. It's too large of a project for people to wrap their heads around. It's 100 and some odd pages, the document that we all need to review. And a lot of the community doesn't even know about this. So definitely the period should be extended. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Kramer.
I would like to suggest the words requires and insists on.
Sounds great to me. Lisa?
Yeah.
Works for me.
Okay, so with the changes, can we read it and then move to a vote?
Rick has a point.
Oh, Rick, sorry. Go ahead, Rick.
That's okay. Early in the meeting, somebody mentioned that since we're not spending any money on, you know, public events, we have a lot of money if we want to do something to increase public awareness of this whole project. And I just want to say I concur. We've got a bunch of money if we want to increase public awareness.
Oh, we're definitely going to do that. This is just the beginning stages of it. So, and I do want to let the board know that during the land use committee meeting, we did form an advisory group, and I did appoint Adele Slaughter. She is a stakeholder as well as a land use committee member to lead the group of stakeholders who want to participate in putting together their notes, their comments, their questions and concerns, and get them in as it stands right now by October, October 30 of 2020. So they are, the city is planning on extending it to Monday, November 2nd, but as it stands, it should be noted that it is October 30 until we get this over to Councilman Krikorian and get the ball rolling. Everyone should really understand that right now it is October 30. So if you want to take a minute or two, we can time it for Adele to give us an update of the scoping meeting that went on this past Monday on the 19th. We should go ahead and do that just so everyone hears the update.
Let's first vote on this motion, just to kind of keep us on track.
Okay, let me just read it then.
Great.
The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council urgently implores Councilman Krikorian to extend the public comment period for the Harvard Westlake River project for 60 days due to an inadequate notice I don't know if inadequate notice is okay, the date notice.
Or short notice, maybe, the short of time, short.
Due to
Inappropriate.
inappropriate.
Or ill-timed.
Given the date the notice was sent by the city?
Yes.
Well, our request should be going to Los Angeles Department of City Planning, and we're requesting Councilman Krikorian's assistance in getting this extension, but the extension comes from Department of Planning, which is in your original motion that we were having the agenda.
We're just wanting Councilman Krikorian to sign our letter and get it over to city planning and urge them to extend the date.
Yeah, I feel like it's important to put that information right up front, that we want
Board
to ask him to extend this 60 days due to the shortness of the notice that was given by the city.
Yeah.
Due to the timing. Should we take a moment? I don't
Can
know.
we come back to that just so I can write it and I'm not feeling like I'm under.
Is there an
Randy?
opportunity to take a
Sorry,
quick break, a 2-minute break for a restroom break or anything?
Can we have the report from Adele? So Lisa can rewrite it?
Right, yeah.
Sure. Everyone wants to take a 2-minute break? Is that what I'm hearing?
No. Adele, to give the update.
Can I make a quick while you do that?
What's that?
Can I make a quick comment?
Sure.
Sure.
Several times tonight, people have said about doing mailed outreach on Harvard Westlake. Keep in mind that as the neighborhood council, you could do that outreach, but you can't take a position because employees at Harvard Westlake are stakeholders just like all of us. So
yes, this is just
neighborhood council
Barry.
could not do outreach to say this project is terrible.
No, this is just informational to let the stakeholders, the residents know that there's a time period for everyone to get their comments and questions in.
Yeah, thank you for
that's
that
wonderful.
reminder. Thank you for
That's
that reminder,
wonderful,
Barry.
Lisa, but you can't take a position. That's all I'm saying.
No. I'm all about fair. I get chastised for fair.
Yeah, could we have, is it possible for Adele to do a 2-minute update at this point?
Sure.
Do we have Adele?
Oh, Jesus. God. I'm so stiff. Ugh.
Can Richard Adams mute? Thank you.
Adele?
Aye. So we have formed an ad hoc committee, and I have somewhere between 15 and 20 members on that committee. And we're working very hard on reading the sections of the initial report and responding to them. Mostly we're responding to the sections where the city has determined that there would be significant environmental impact by this project on our community. We went to, a lot of us, actually I think Barry was there and Lisa was there. We went to the scoping meeting on Monday with the city. And I've gotten a lot of comments back from people saying that they were surprised that it was, they thought it was going to be a meeting where the city was going to present their case on the EIR. And instead what it was basically Harvard Westlake talking about their project. And very little, the questions were pointed and they were often evaded and left unanswered or not adequately answered. And some of the answers were actually very misguiding. I am in the middle of writing a letter about those things that are just not factual. Like things like they're going to take down 65-year-old trees that sequester carbon at a particular rate and put in smaller trees that will take, according to my experts, anywhere from, well, first of all, they might die within the first 2 years. And then after that, they will take at least 10 to 20, maybe in some even 50 years before they will sequester carbon at the same rate. So there's a lot of, I don't know, it's quite disturbing because it seemed like sort of there was no adult in the room who was saying, although the city planning women, young women who were quite young, did say, you know, these things will be looked at, these things will be investigated, we will be determining about the trees, but they kind of got steamrolled over by the Harvard Westlake representatives. So,
so I'm gonna, sorry, Adele, but I appreciate the update. I'm gonna stop it there. Out of consideration of timing, as well as I want to be clear that this committee will be reviewing facts, as you said, and then we steer clear of characterizing, you know, saying they're steamrolling or something, characterizing how Harvard Westlake is, or what they are or not doing. That type of statement is an opinion, which is great, but it's an opinion and not a fact. And our job is to hopefully present the facts to the community so they can weigh in, to all of our stakeholders, which includes Harvard Westlake as a stakeholder. There are a number of hands that have gone up for public comment, and because we have added a report that is, wasn't on the agenda but related to this motion, we are going to take public comment due to time. Going to reduce public comment to 45 seconds. We will start with William E. Goat. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for all of this fucking bullshit. Now, as we all know, Randy's going to get paperwork tomorrow because he didn't take comment on the homeless item. You still have a chance, bearded one. Open it back up. Take the fucking public comment so that Dunn doesn't have an ulcer and start drinking out of a goblet with alcoholic beverages. They don't get paid enough for good scotch. So Goat Puppet refuses to support any item first without being vetted by the city attorney for 2022, Eric Luis Previn. Thank you so much.
Peter Cole. Peter.
Peter, unmute if you can.
If I'm not mistaken, Peter already commented on this item. Made the comment about moving the goalposts, which was particularly apt because I believe that they actually did move the entire football field in between their two plans. So
I think you are correct. Thank you for reminding me. Thanks, Jesse. I appreciate that. Okay. For reminding me. Patty Kirby.
Hi. yes, I just wanted to say that in the motion, we should put the 3 reasons why we're requesting the extension. One is late notice, one is COVID is going on and people are not as attentive, and also the elections are distracting. That's it.
Thank you.
Do you want me to do an outreach report while we're waiting for the motion to be rewritten?
I'm ready. I mean, I can read.
Thank you. Go for it, Lisa.
So the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council urgently requests and implores the Los Angeles Department of City Planning and CD2 council member Krikorian to extend the public comment period for the Harvard River Park project for 60 days due to the short time frame of a 108-page document to review. A 30-day comment period is inadequate. And then if you want me to implement what Patty just said, keeping in mind COVID, elections, and what was her third item?
Time constraints.
Time constraints.
Okay, we can move this motion to a vote.
Actually was late notice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raduca.
Lisa, I didn't get the entire amendment, so when we're done, will you type it up and send it to me so I can
Oh
put it?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And the late notice was alluded to, I think, earlier in your motion, Lisa. So just
say that again.
The part about the late notice, I think, may have been alluded to a little bit. I don't know if you need to repeat that. Just watch for redundancy. Is my thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we ready for a vote?
Please.
Richard.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Randy.
Yes.
Alex.
Yes.
Raduca.
Yes.
Lisa.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Jesse.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes, yes, sorry.
Lana.
Yes.
Alexa. Yes. Adam.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. Let's do outreach committee. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to share something with you guys. This right here. This is our outreach survey. This is something we've been working on for a number of months. And there's a QR code attached to it. It's also linked on the front page of the Studio City Neighborhood Council website. And we encourage all Studio City stakeholders to participate in the outreach survey. It gives us information about what you care about, what you want to see, what you want the committees to address, as well as gauge your level of interest in participating in the process. And that is something we've been working on for a number of months. It went live the day of our outreach committee meeting on October 12th, and now we're working on getting the word out to as many people as we can. Please share this with your neighbors, and it is out on our socials as well. You can check our Instagram, and it's also, I know it's on our Facebook already. So that was our first real, and that's our big initiative for October. The other thing we did was we held a voter town hall, and anybody who has been experiencing questions or difficulty or wants to know more about the security of voting this election, we had the outreach committee held a very impressive town hall with Dean Logan, who is the registrar county clerk for the county of Los Angeles, and that was just extreme. He's just a wealth of information. I mean, the registrar and the county clerk run the election, so I was likening it to getting H&R Block to fill out your get the Steve Mnuchin to fill out your 1040 for you the day before your taxes are due. I mean, it was really something that he took time out in the middle of that to come to our committee and give that informative presentation. with a deck attached to it. Our committee meeting also discussed we discussed a number of things, the concern over the budget and our inability. We have some outstanding bills. Hopefully with this passing today of our budget for the next year, we'll be able to make good on our commitments to some of our local vendors. And I want to shout out to Nancy Kramer, who held an RONR meeting last Monday, teaching us all more about procedure and how to hold our meetings more effectively. And I also ended with, at the meeting, we discussed on a committee level the importance of public comment and hearing people out. And I did point out that we try to let more latitude with the discourse between the public and the committee at the committee meetings, because that's the proper place really to have your voice heard and to be a part of the process. By the time we get to this board meeting here, a lot of this stuff is baked in. We've already had the discussions that came up with these motions. And if you go to the committee where these things are getting generated, you can really participate in the creation of these motions, which is really where the rubber hits the pavement. And it's a great place to get involved in the discussion of the policy. So I'd encourage anybody in the meeting and anybody watching this to get involved in these committees. It's really important that you have your input. And as a committee chair, I want your input. I want to hear what your thoughts are. And I don't like the idea of nobody being heard. So that's basically what happened at our committee meeting in the last month, and our survey is live, and please participate and fill that out and encourage others to do the same. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Randy Freed, President.
Thank you. We're going to reduce public comment to 30 seconds. There are, go ahead. Do you want to, Raduca, do you want to give your comment before public comment? Go
Just
ahead.
to add that the survey is the first of several that we're going to do. And the people that commented about the questions in the survey, just so they know that these are just sort of get us an overview, but we're going to go more in depth with further other surveys. And that's it.
Great, thank you. So we have public comment from Goat Puppet for 30 seconds. Go ahead. William E. Goat.
Yes, thank you so much. Michael fucked up the last meeting because he was censoring me as a puppet because of certain content of my fucking language. Yes, you said you can't use those words. Those words aren't germane. Blah, 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 fucking blah. So they sent him to the re-education committee, and the re-education committee is trying to re-educate. And again, I'm making a Kieran correct on the homeless committee. Last call. I want my public comment on that committee item, or I'm going to file the lawsuit papers. You're not going to file nothing. I have to do it. Yes, my friend will. Thank you. Yes. No. Did you make all those cuts? No. I thought you were.
Your time has expired. There is public comment from Eric Previn. Go ahead.
Yeah, it seems very ironic that Mr. DeLazar just suggested that he wanted to hear from people, and then you reduced public comment to 30 seconds, which I've never heard of in my history of working in this line of business. And I will say that the question of germane, I know you all jump up and down and are studying Robert's Rules of Order, but nowhere in the Brown Act does it say that your comment has to be germane. That's a term that doesn't appear in the Brown Act. And I don't appreciate it because we know what we're talking about, and the outreach is terrible in Studio City. as referenced the Harvard Westlake item, where you have.
Your time has expired. Rudy Melendez, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Yes, just for clarification, you mentioned the surveys online or live, but how do we find the survey? And also, Michael, I just want to point out, and we appreciate that Dean Logan answered some questions, but it's likely we'll see our Register Recorder County Clerk get fired after the November election because we're going to be seeing so many problems. We had major problems in the March primary, and we also had major problems in the 2018 election.
Your time has expired.
Just for the record, the survey is on, you can access it from the front page of the Studio City neighborhood website, neighborhood council website, studiocitync.org.
Just received an email from Dunn. We are going to go back to take public comment for homelessness. So it will be on the homelessness committee report. 30 seconds. So William E. Goat, go ahead.
Yes, and 1 fucking minute. That's right. If you cut my time, it's going to be a claim for First Amendment retaliation. So you see what happens when you fuck with the goat puppet. The goat puppet takes out his horns and he goes forward, marching in the mud of City Hall. Of course you have to take public comment on a goddamn fucking report. You took it before, you've taken it for 2 years. I've been doing this for 9 years. No, you started 4 years ago. I've been doing it 9 years. All right, whatever. So, as I say, your chairman of homelessness is a fucking jack-off, and he's taking and ruining the committee. You should have kept the guy that was there. He was doing a good job. Another failure by Randy Fried Chicken. Another defeat for democracy. When, people, when will you remove him as president? When? It must stop. It must stop now.
Your time is expired. Okay, there is public comment as it relates to the homelessness committee. Rudy Melendez, your hand is up. Did you want to speak to that?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Go ahead for 1 minute.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to remind everybody that we're learning about government poverty camps potentially being installed in our urban parks here in North Hollywood and CD2, Paul Krikorian's council district, and we're going to organize a recall if Paul allows these projects to be installed in our urban parks in this community. We know we want to help the homeless, but installing government poverty camps into our urban parks is not the appropriate location. Just want to remind you, we'll make sure that you're on the right side of this issue because we're not going to allow our community to be destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry? Barry, if you want to say anything, unmute.
Hi.
You had your hand up. Was there something you wanted to say? As it relates to
Oh, no,
homelessness?
I didn't. Sorry.
It's okay. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 15, public safety with Rachel Tobias. Excuse me, John. Rachel, go ahead.
You guys hear me? We need a 7th inning stretch for this meeting, guys.
All right, I'm going to start off with some good news. I wanted to congratulate the CEASE team. CEASE, for those of you who don't know, is a volunteer community patrol program with LAPD's North Hollywood division. And they were successful this past week in helping find an 81-year-old woman who had gone missing. So congrats to them. We're really very happy that she's back home and safe. Now for the not so great news. Grand Theft Auto is up. While some of these thefts are of older model cars that are easier to break into, a lot of them are from people leaving their keys in their cars. So for my tandem parkers out there, don't leave your key or fob accessible in your garage. I know it's a pain in the butt, but don't do it. If you're picking up curbside from an establishment, don't leave your car running and don't leave your keys in your car. Trust me, you don't want your stolen vehicle used in a serious crime. So please lock those cars. Next. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but here we go. Fireworks are illegal. I know there was a ton used over the summer, but I'm fielding complaints currently about fireworks around the Colfax Meadows area and south in the Hill area. I'm not sure how after 1 million acres of forests have been burned in California that someone could think it's okay to shoot off fireworks, but please don't do it. You may think it's innocent fun, yay, the Lakers won the championship, but please find another way to celebrate. If you know the negative impacts it has on pets, on veterans suffering from PTSD, I don't think anyone wants to be responsible for being the cause of starting a fire in Studio City and burning down their house or their neighbors. If you think of being dramatic, well, then maybe we should ask the couple who started the El Dorado fire with the gender reveal party and see what they think. And this brings me to my last point, which is if you see a crime, report a crime. Aggravated assaults are up in the area. There's been a growing philosophy that there's no need to report an incident. Why bother? Nothing will be done. If the person is caught, they're just going to be out on the streets in a few hours. And the sad truth is there might not be any remediation if a crime happens to you. But in order to prevent and repeat offenders and prevent further crime and get the resources we need to prevent those crimes, you have to build a case. And you can only do that if you report the crimes in the first place. If you dial your respective police station, there might be a wait time, but please be patient. It's so important that you report the incident. And if you see your next door neighbor shooting off fireworks, hint, hint, you can file a report online anonymously. They'll never know. And that's all I have. Stay safe out there and wear a mask.
Thank you. There is public comment. For 30 seconds. Hold on, Richard, one sec. Let's just get through the public comment. William E. Goat, go ahead.
Yeah, so she's afraid to even show her face on the meeting. Public safety nightmare of Studio City. So everybody out there, don't go out and have a drink. Don't go to a restaurant. Stay inside and lock your doors, because Studio City is the most dangerous fucking shithole in the entire city of Los Angeles. And as far as reporting crimes anonymous,
your time has expired. Rudy Melendez, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to encourage the Public Safety Committee to really report what's really happening in our community. We just heard about a 16-year-old girl in Woodbridge Park being chased with her girlfriend by a drug-addled potential transient living underneath our freeway overpass in our community. Just wanted to remind everybody that Paul Krikorian earlier this summer voted to defund LAPD, reducing the city's ability to keep our community.
Your time has expired. Thank you. We have public comment from Peter Cole. Go ahead.
Hi there. At the last meeting with Sportsman's and LASA representative Chris Freed, a public comment was made about sexual people that are on the list for sexual offenders, and if they know how many are at the Sportsman's Lodge. And there is somebody over there who did register, but just to make a note that Chris Freed has no idea how many,
Your time
if
is
any,
expired.
are there.
Okay, moving. Okay, Richard, well, no, Barry, your hand is up. Or is that just for transportation?
It's for transportation.
Okay, hold on. God willing, 30 seconds or less. Richard Adams, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to point out that I got an email the other day saying, "Oh my God, how dare you tell our senior lead officers that certain members of the board, promote unfunding LAPD, etc." Excuse me, you don't get to be a senior lead without having your finger on the pulse of what's going on in your neighborhood. You have contacts who send you information, and to pretend that, oh my God, somebody wants to defund the LAPD is the height of ridiculousness. And frankly, anybody wants to defund the LAPD, I can't wait till somebody's busting in your front door to loot your house, and you deserve what you have coming to them, because anybody who does that to my house is going to meet the LA coroner. Thank you for your time.
Okay, transportation, go ahead, Barry.
Okay, motion A, and I will say motion A and B are holdovers from last month when we were running late. Deja vu. Anyway, the first motion, just keep in mind that this is going to the council member to basically get him to ask LADOT to do a study, which they will do before they do anything. So none of this is set in stone. It just creates our asking them to do a study. So the motion says, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, requests Councilmember Paul Krikorian to direct the Los Angeles Department of Transportation, LADOT, to install 4 left turn arrow traffic lights at Moore Park Street and Whitsett Avenue, as well as full traffic signals at Moore Park Street and Laurel Grove Avenue, Moore Park Street and Bel Air Avenue, Whitsett Avenue and Sarah Street, and Whitsett Avenue and Valley Spring Lane, due to the recent pedestrian deaths and many near misses at Moore Park and Whitsett. So again, let me stress, all these intersections are mentioned because it triggered, when they asked for this, they're going to do a study, and we need all these intersections analyzed because they all relate to the intersection in question at Moore Park and Whitsett. So none of it's set in stone. It's just to trigger a study.
Okay, we have public comment. Louis Sanford, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I live on Bel Air, right near the golf course. And regarding the traffic lights, I'd like to propose something slightly different. Instead of a traffic light at Moore Park and Bel Air, which is a T intersection, I'd like to propose a light 2 blocks over at Moore Park and Beaman. It's a 4-way intersection. Traffic can turn left or right as they all head north to Beaman Park. And it will also serve the pedestrian traffic, which is plentiful, especially on those weekends when games resume.
Thank you, your time has expired. We have public comment from William E. Goat.
Yes. Well, the problem is with your motion, you have to vet it through the developers and all the campaign donors first, before the motion can pass for the study. You know how City Hall works, Randy, don't you? This is a pipe dream. Total bullshit motion. And by the way, would you please call all the speakers on your computer? I think you're overlooking some people.
We have public comment from Eric Brevin. Go ahead.
I appreciate what Mr. Sanford said about the Beeman quad, because that is a dangerous thing. But I don't think that that is what's causing these problems. I think that when we increased the speed limit with our eyes wide open to 40 miles an hour on Whitsett Boulevard, we were doing a great disservice. And Councilmember Krikorian's rationale that we could get tickets for people and slow things down is proven to be wrong, and we are hurting people. I urge you to change this CIS to Councilmember Krikorian, reduce the speed limit to 35.
Your time has expired. There's public comment from Go ahead, Richard Adams.
Okay, I just unmuted myself. First off, speed limits, et cetera, are set statewide by traffic studies. That's to prevent speed traps. Second of all, I don't think all these things are going to do anything to prevent people from getting run over. But since the city will not put any of them in place until they do a traffic, I will support this motion. If you don't want to get run over, here's a couple of pro tips. One, put your phone in your pocket. Don't look at it. Two, take the buds out of your ears. Look to see, hear what's going on around you. Three, drop your hoodie to see what's going on around you so you have peripheral vision. Pay attention. And I say this as somebody who's been hit both as a pedestrian and as a bicycle rider by a motor vehicle. I'm a subject matter expert on this. If you are aware of what's going around you, you're less likely to get run over. If you are clueless, nature is brutal. Thank you.
Okay, I see.
Louis Sanford.
1 second, I'm 99% sure this is the same person. I mean, I know it is, but I will just to confirm. Goat Puppet. Yeah, it's the same person. Okay.
And I'm willing to entertain a change of Bel Air to Beeman if somebody will second.
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 Okay, thank you. So it'll be Moore Park Street and Beeman Avenue instead of Bel Air Avenue. And also everybody should remember this neighborhood council did a motion strongly objecting to raising the speed limits from 35 to 40 on several of our north-south streets in Studio City, but it was mandated by the state and not our council member.
Point of information for Barry.
Yeah.
So if we say yes to this motion, will we have an opportunity to say something different if they say, oh yes, we would like to have a traffic light there? Because
yes, they will notify us what they intend on doing, which probably is going to be little or nothing. That's why I'm asking for a lot more. But with the current state of the city's finances, we're still waiting to get a signal at Berry Drive in Ventura for after like 5 or 6 years. So, you know, this is a long, long process every time. So yes, we will be able to weigh in further.
Okay. Any other? Go ahead, Lana.
Hey, Barry, Beeman and Bel Air, right? Bel Air comes before Beeman, is that correct, if you're traveling west? And what is that?
No, if you're going west from Whitsett, Beeman would be first. Bel Air is actually the halfway point between Whitsett and Coldwater. But since Beeman goes through both north to the north and the south, and Bel Air doesn't, in that case, Beeman's probably a better suggestion than Bel Air.
And what consideration is there? Isn't there a light there at Whitsett and Moore Park near the library? And wouldn't that be a real short stop situation?
It is, and this study, we've done these requests before, and they've actually written back to us saying it's too close to another signal. So let's give them the chance to do that. But they'll tell us in the study.
And that would be the benefit of it, is to have it in the study.
Yes, and it's not locked in stone. In Toluca Lake, there's 3 signals in a row on Riverside, like a block apart, and it's because they were put in there by Tom LaBonge because his mother lived there and crossed there like 10, 15 years ago.
Isn't
So
that
never
a 4
say
lane?
never.
But is that a 4 lane, and then where we're talking about is just a 2 lane throughway?
Yeah, Whitsett is narrower, yes, and Moore Park are narrower. But still, there's no absolute, I'm just trying to say there's no absolute rule to a signal being 2 blocks from another signal,
And how will this impact?
particularly when a councilman wants something.
And how does this impact what might be going on with the Harvard Westlake project and that traffic? Will this then change again, or is this in preparation for some of that
Well,
activity there?
one of the reasons I put in Valley Spring and Whitsett was because it'll trigger when they see that intersection, and in their study, it's going to connect into Harvard Westlake. So, and Harvard Westlake's proposing their shuttle buses come on north on Coldwater to Moore Park, come east on Moore Park to Whitsett, and go south on Whitsett to their property. So, I mean, this whole thing is in that area. So you can count on it being connected.
Thank you.
Let's bring this to a vote.
Voting on motion 16A. Richard? Richard, do you want to vote?
Oh, sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Yes.
Okay. Michael?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Alex?
Yes.
Raduca?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Alexa, yes. Adam? Is he absent? He's gone.
He is gone to bed.
And Joseph?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, motion B, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, requests Councilmember Paul Krikorian to instruct Los Angeles Street Services to repave the entire Ventura Boulevard alley between Colfax Avenue and Carpenter Avenue, as well as repair the alley's broken cement center swale so water drains to the recently installed drain at the end of the alley at Colfax Avenue. If anybody's driven this, it's like an obstacle course, like a war zone. It needs to be repaved.
Yes, we have public comment. First, public comment by Goat Puppet.
Yes. So, you can't use federal highway funds to repair alleys. The only place to get the money is the office holder account. And you know that piece of shit Paul Krikorian isn't going to do that. So the only answer is give it to the chair, Blob Blobenbleld of the Public Works, right? Where are you, Mr. Spiller?
Your time is expired. There's public comment by Eric Previn. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree that the alleyway could use a paving, but it does not seem like a top priority for Studio City, given all of the financial needs. I mean, I think it's an expensive job to redo that alley, and we're dreaming. And I don't think we should make motions that are dreams. And just for a quick clarification, the state does not require 40 miles an hour on Whitsett. It required us to do a traffic study if the crooks at City Hall wanted to jack the rates, in other words, come after people for tickets, because you can't ticket at 35 if in fact the speed is faster, which is what the state study.
Your time is expired. We have public comment by Rudy Melendez.
Thank you, Randy. Yes, this is a great example of the fine work that the Transportation Committee does with this neighborhood council. It's embarrassing that that alley looks the way it does. Anyone that lives in the Studio City has probably driven down that alley at least once. Why is it in such poor shape? It's emblematic of our city and our leaders in our community. I often agree with Eric. I respectfully disagree. That alley is of utmost importance to the business district, and it should have been done long ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy. Public comment by Lisa Sarkin. Go ahead.
Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead.
That particular alley is the only circulation in this area from Ventura Boulevard. Since the tree-lined medians were filled, there's no way to turn into the driveways to go into parking without having some way to get around, and that's the only way. From Carpenter to Radford is taken care of by the bid. It's not in the best of shape either, but this particular section, everyone that drives their kids to school also uses.
Your time is expired. Okay, any board comments?
I would move this straight to a vote.
Let's vote. Great.
I raised my hand several times.
Oh, I apologize. Go ahead, Richard Adams.
Yeah, I'm traumatized. I'll talk to my therapist. We were talking about the alley that runs between Radford and Carpenter, yes?
No.
Or Colfax, I should say.
Right,
Colfax. Okay.
Because between Carpenter and Radford is taken care of by the bid.
Yeah, I understand that. I drive up and down that all the time because it's a convenient way to cut out the stupidity on Ventura Boulevard. It reminds me of the good old days when I was in 11 Hotel 10, driving my 113 on a personal carrier across various off-road trails here in Southern California, elsewhere in the U.S., and just bouncing around like, look, I'm young and bulletproof. It needs to get fixed. It needs to get unscrewed. This motion is a damn good idea, and it's one of the few things I've seen anybody's asking the city to spend some money on. It is a damn good idea. I totally support it.
Move to a vote, please.
Yes, let's vote.
Okay.
And it only gets us in line for it. It'll probably still take 5 years.
You're an optimist.
We're voting on motion 16B. Richard,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Randy,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Reduka,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
Alexa, yes. Joseph,
Yes.
motion passes.
Great.
The last motion, motion C, is another motion attempting to get the ball rolling. And the motion says, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, SCNC, requests Councilmember Paul Krikorian to investigate street racing, reckless driving, vehicles parked illegally on the sidewalk, and excessive noise, both by people and car engines, as possibly promoted by automotive businesses at 11481 and 11485 Ventura Boulevard.
Barry, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
And propose a friendly amendment. Can we include Valley Traffic, LAPD, in this motion?
I'm not sure.
Or ask
no,
the
this is
council.
a very specific problem. I
understand, but if
Valley.
could we ask the councilman to include Valley Traffic, LAPD, asking him to ask them to investigate it? This is right up their alleyway. It's a friendly amendment. Feel free to tell me no.
So,
And I'm done.
Request
Right.
Councilmember Paul Krikorian to request LA Valley traffic enforcement.
LAPD Valley Traffic.
LAPD Valley traffic enforcement.
To investigate street racing, et cetera. That's their
enforcement, right? And then, so we're just inserting after Councilmember Paul Krikorian 2, we're inserting request LAPD Valley traffic enforcement to investigate street racing and so on. So I accept that.
Please and thank you.
Uh-huh.
We have public comment. Public comment by Eric Previn, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, are there some allegations that you want to share? I mean, did something happen at those businesses? It's very rare that you target businesses without a clear explanation. Are they doing reckless driving at the automotive shops? I mean, it's just a very strange motion for a variety of reasons because A, it's like calling for police action. Just call the police if you feel there's a crime going on. I mean, this is just kind of like publicly shaming. Maybe there's a reason, but it's not clear what the reason is, that they're parked illegally on the sidewalk. I mean,
There is a reason.
What's the reason?
It was discussed at
time
the
has expired.
Transportation Committee meeting, and we had all kinds of 2 different dates where we got all kinds of emails on what was going on at these 2 businesses. It was the subject of all kinds of social media. It was huge on 2 different weekends.
We have public comment from William Goode. Go ahead. William E. Goode, go ahead for your public comment. Unmute. Maybe he's back on his other device. Goat Puppet, go ahead.
Yes.
the world famous goat puppet. Leave my friends alone at that business. They park beautiful cars outside. The place is making a fucking fortune in sales tax for our city. They are nice people who are automotive enthusiasts. Fuck this motion. Fuck you. Leave our friends alone. Yes, and finally, if we want to drive our cars 100 miles.
Your time has expired. Public comment by Rudy Melendez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Randy. Yeah, I do also echo Mr. Previn's sentiment that it seems unusual that these businesses are being targeted. That was the first thing that stuck out when I read the motion. I don't know what the issues are. Maybe we can talk offline, Barry. I'd like to discuss it just so I better understand it. Would the businesses offer or present an opportunity to come to the committee and talk about what's going on, or just seems anti-business, and I'd like to hear from the business owner.
Community members were told to go away essentially when they asked.
There is public comment by, oh, I think that hand went down. Okay, oh, nope, the hand went back up. Lisa Sarkin.
There is a large next door group that you can all look at what happened from these two places. The police were called, they didn't show up. Nobody came to do anything about it. Not only was it racing, but they have illegally souped up these cars where fire comes out of them. They raced up some of the streets onto the hillside and up Laurel Canyon. So the neighbors asked for this motion.
Thank you. We have Mark Rubin, go ahead. Just have to unmute. Mark, go ahead. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
*6.
He is unmuted. I just don't hear him.
He's unmuted, we just don't hear him.
Rachel has her hand raised too.
Okay. Okay, Mark, we'll try to come back to you.
Try logging back in, Mark.
Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I got notices about this incident as well. There is evidence that has been already passed on to LAPD as well as the city attorney. So I friendly amend that we include the city attorney in this motion.
Okay, thank you. And Lana, your hand was up, but I see you've lowered your hand.
I did lower it, thank you.
So seeing the other, Richard Adams. Okay.
And I accept Rachel's friendly amendment, and I would just put after LAPD Valley Traffic Enforcement, put and the LA City Attorney to investigate. So I accept that.
Okay.
Good idea.
Okay, let's move this to a vote.
Vote on motion.
Mr. President, I had a comment.
Please.
Quick. I'm glad to see Ms. Sarkin and a few others here that have been around for a while chiming in and doing things for the community as they have for the many years I've known them. And it's a positive and a plus for the SCNC. And I totally support the friendly amendments and look forward to voting in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, we're ready for the vote?
Let's vote.
16C. Richard, how do you vote?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Raduca,
Yes.
Lisa,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Alexa, yes, and Joseph.
Yes.
Motion 16C passes.
Great. Great. Raduca, just I'll for sustainability committee, just for sure 1000%. The next meeting, sustainability is up first. Just so we're going to reverse the order. Did you have a report, or did you have a report this evening, or did you want, because of the issue with the meeting, did you just want
We
to?
don't have, but that was my absolute request. We are a very new committee with inexperienced chairs, or at least I am inexperienced. So really, I want some support here, because otherwise we will not be able to outreach and really actually put our message across. Okay, thank you.
Great. Of course, there is a public comment for that. 30 seconds. Go ahead. Goat Puppet.
Yes, the perfect committee that does nothing. And now you know, Randy, we brought back your mother. Lisa Sarkin has returned. Lisa Sarkin will take her 9-inch boot and kick your ass out of this committee. Welcome back, our leader, the great Lisa Sarkin. Sarkin rules. Well said. Yes, that's right, Lisa. Sarkin's coming back. She's taking.
Time has expired. Eric Previn for 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say how upset I was the last couple of meetings at the Sustainability Committee, the way they were treated. It seemed to be shunted off to the back and then, kind of dismissed. And I appreciate that you're going to put them at the very top for a good, robust, and interesting report. It's so important to our community now. And maybe Lisa Sarkin and Lois Weinsaff could serve with you, Raduca. That would be a great opportunity to all kind of sit together and come up with some good, sustainable ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
So Mark Rubin, last call, if you're able to. No, and there's a public comment from Rudy Melendez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Randy. I just wanted to commend Ms. Kaplan for taking on the chair position of the Sustainability Committee. It's very important for our community. Everybody, I think that's still here in this meeting tonight is a steward of the environment, so we should do all that we can to support her efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy. With that, it's a great place to end it.
No.
Thank you, everyone. We'll be in touch.
Hang on, I think
have a
that
good
we have some
night.
board comment.
What?
I just have like one quick thing to say to Raduca, if I may. So we're all here for you. We really are. Don't feel alone. Should you need anything, all you have to do is send us an email and we will do our best. I want to speak for everyone on the board, but I do want to make sure that you know that we will do everything that we can to help you. You don't have to feel alone, and we're here for you. So just send an email and ask the question that whatever you need.
And I did some of that, but thank you so much, Lisa, and thank you for Randy for hearing us out and switching us, because being at the end at 11:30, no one will actually even away. So anyway, thank you so much, everyone. Let's go.
Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Now, before you adjourn,
yes,
I'd like to point out that as a founding member of the Sustainability Committee,
go ahead.
I find it amusing that I was suddenly no longer a member. I've been green longer than most people in this town have been green. I'm a native. My front yard, backyard, everything else is native plants. I use less water than anybody. And yet, the Sustainability Committee, under its new and improved leadership, doesn't see me fit as being a member. I'm heartbroken and traumatized over that, and it may take me years of therapy to get over it, but still,
Richard,
I object.
Richard, being a therapist, I apologize. I will totally send you a personal email, but you know where to find us. So thank you anyway. I will.
You're welcome to continue this conversation offline. I wish you all the best. Have a wonderful evening. Stay safe, stay healthy. Good night.